French intelligence warned us that a ship equipped with earthquake weapons was 300 miles to the south of Hokkaido. And this warning was passed on to the relevant authorities, and as a result, that ship was put out of commission. Despite that, you can see as evidence that they had planned an earthquake event in advance. All sorts of media outlets and the U.S. Geological Survey all announced a massive earthquake and a massive tsunami, which didn't actually happen. But what it does mean is that the United States has now lost their ability to use earthquake weapons to terrorize people in order to, force them to hand over money. So they've lost their military cards. I would say now everything. For example, we're pretty sure they already lost 3 aircraft carriers. They can no longer send aircraft carriers to intimidate small countries. And with the war in Iran, they used all their missiles, and now they've used their earthquake weapons, which is, I think, Trump was referring to as a horrible thing that's going to happen to Russia. Well, they didn't, okay? So this is really the last card the Americans had in order to try to steal money from the rest of the world. And then also, Trump announced all sorts of tariffs on various countries. And again, it sounds like it's really dramatic, but when I looked at the list, I mean, the countries with the highest tariffs are places like Cambodia, Laos, Madagascar. In other words, countries that don't really have trade with the United States anyway, and it doesn't matter. So it's just like a face-saving gesture. And the most important country, China, was not on the list. And instead, right now the United States is having negotiations with China in Sweden. And as far as I can tell, they're just looking for American property and real estate and anything else they can sell to China in order to borrow some money to keep their show going. So, for example, when Trump got in power, he said he was going to nationalize the Panama Canal. Now it turns out that China is actually going to get more control over the Panama Canal than they did before. And I guarantee you they're trying to hand over all sorts of other U.S. treasures and properties to China in order to keep in business. So that's an important thing. Now, the other thing, I think, we've reached a critical mass on the issue of the Federal Reserve Board and why it needs to be eliminated. First of all, I want you to watch this little clip of Jerome Powell, where he says, basically, we create money out of thin air. Now, people like Congressman Massey are saying this is theft. It is criminal. I mean, they create money out of nothing. They hand it out to their buddies, their friends, and they do that by creating inflation, which is basically stealing from everybody else, because everything you buy gets more expensive because of all this money being handed out to their buddies. And not only that, these people have been using the control of the Federal Reserve Board to promote a horrific agenda of genocide. And this is not even a secret anymore. So I want you to watch this Tucker Carlson clip with Professor Mearsheimer, where they talk about it. And it's clear now that people are no longer being fooled by this whole Zionist propaganda in North America. And it's not going to continue. But anyway, watch the clip. So the Israeli lobby is really losing power fast, and it's even the Jews themselves are helping, remove the Zionists. So, for example, last week the Jerusalem Post published an article saying that Israel knew about the October 7th attacks 2 weeks before they came. I mean, we all know this, but the fact that it's in a major Israeli paper means that they're preparing for some kind of legal action against these criminals, because they are who deserve war crimes tribunals, and that's what's going to happen. Now, the other thing that's going on is, hold on, let me just check something. The Trump regime is being completely isolated, and Trump is losing popularity at an incredible rate. For example, an opinion poll, I think it was a CBS opinion poll, showed that in February, Americans aged between 18 and 29 were 55% in favor of Trump. In July, they found out that 72% of them were against Trump. If you ask me, that's because since the June G7 meeting, Trump has been replaced. I mean, it's obvious because he looks different, he's a different height, and he's saying the opposite of everything that he used to say before. And I think a lot of people are realizing that whoever is acting the Trump part now is not the Trump who was elected, earlier this year, and that is concerning a lot of people, especially people in the military and the agencies, who understand that this horror show cannot continue. But for now, it is likely to continue. And then if you want a bit of a humor, next is watch this White House spokes clown clip about how Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. So, that is pure BS. I mean, for example, when he says he forced India and Pakistan to make peace with each other, that's simply not true. The fact is that Pakistan and Indian government said no, Trump had nothing to do with it. And you can say the same about the other countries. But, somehow they think that if they're going to give him a Nobel Peace Prize, suddenly it's all going to be okay. And remember, I support Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief, the real one. But something has happened to him since June. He has not appeared in public since June, and there's an obvious fraud being put out on our screens who is denigrating the image of the real Trump, who is a patriot and who wants to make America great again, not make Israel great again. And that is something that we all need to be aware of. So don't let them fool you with this fake Trump, and we need to bring back the real one. We need to have Vice President Vance take over and arrest the criminals who are responsible for removing him. Now, the other thing that's going on, I expect some major moves this autumn. Again, I think we're going to watch this horror show throughout the summer, and I have to work, but otherwise I'd be tuning out. Because if I could, I wouldn't read the newspaper until September, because it's just going to be more of this horror show. But nonetheless, I do expect big things in the autumn for sure. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov last week said, the West now is becoming like the fourth Nazi Reich, and the Russians have made it very clear that they want to eliminate Nazis, and I'm thinking that they're going to finally make a move on the EU and remove all those Nazi criminals, 90% of humans. And the other thing that's going on is that since June, again, the Trump regime is suddenly talking about this mark of the beast system yet again. They're talking about total health control or health monitoring, but they want to have complete real-time digital monitoring of all American people. That's why Robert Kennedy talked about everybody should have a wearable or something. So they want to be able to, control you, and if you write something that they don't like, then you won't be able to go shopping. They're trying to up the repression in a desperate bid to stay in power. But this is a sign that they are desperate, they're scared, and they know they are going down. And hopefully we'll see the real Trump back soon, but if not, there's going to be hell to pay. That's all I have. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. The White Hats, you said in your weekly report on May 6th, 2024, the White Hats have won the secret war for the planet Earth. We are now in an interim. However, not much will be visible to the public until preparatory work for new institutions and world norms is finished. Public announcements are likely in the autumn. Understandably, you can only report the information you find and any intel you are given, but it all starts to seem like a stall. You admit the West is still run by the Khazarian Mafia, and we are in another pause until autumn. What's changed since May of 2024, and what does your gut tell you? Can the West/Khazarian Mafia control ever be broken? With a fake Trump running interference and a top echelon of the U.S. military possibly compromised and a multiple country war seemingly on the rise.
Well, there's clearly
Beautiful. It never disappoints. So, just like Cosmic Disclosure on Gaia that I was on, they came out with, I was talking on pretty much on stage, I guess, Emery Smith is interviewing me, and I'm talking about the moon and so forth. And, you see stuff, I see stuff like that, and it's like real exciting, but the real stuff that's out there, we've seen sci-fi movies and so forth. There's nothing that touches it at all. And when I started to describe some of this stuff, when I started talking about the moon, Emery was like, what? And he's like, and then he pulled out these, I guess they had mapped out the moon. There's been so many people that have talked about the moon and so forth. And he's like, you just described what everyone's been talking about for years. And so there it was all laid out. Like, yep, it's this. So, the technology, David Schmidt at the corporate, he's touching on it. And it is exciting. Like that one hologram like viewer that he has that's there, pretty amazing. He was literally, I think, in Denmark when my group came in there, and he came in to this one boardroom where we were, and he came in hologrammed in, and he spoke to us. It's like, you're talking to anybody live. It was totally looked live, and we'd ask questions, and he'd ask questions, and to give us all kind of. It was like he was there. Yep. So these technologies, David Schmidt is like on the cutting edge of this, and he's really pushing the envelope on it. I think this stuff is going to become very real. Star Trek level and super soldier level technologies are coming very quickly. David Schmidt is bringing them forth. The water machine is definitely on that level, like we've talked about in several shows, and now it's starting to be revealed to the general public, probably starting next week.
Yep, next week. Well, on your points with the hologram machine, we talked about Blue Beam earlier, and what you're conveying here, Michael, for those who watched that video with the chat going back and forth of William Shatner to William Shatner, that it looks like it's in a transporter. It's a life-size holographic. You step up onto the plate, and it looks like a transporter in a very real way from Star Trek set. And then you can speak to anybody around the planet. It beams you in if they've got one there, like you were saying, Michael, and it'll translate you in every language. So I know that David's done the conference where he's in the office at headquarters, steps into it, and then they turn him on in South Korea, and he's speaking Korean to everybody, right? Or Japanese. It automatically translates. So Michael and I both believe, we've said it on multiple shows now, that this company, LifeWave, with us and our teams, is the company that is probably going to be the one that brings out the full-blown med beds, because you already see the technology that we're talking about right now, the holographic technology, the water technology, the patch technology. It also has free energy technology. It has drone technology, and so many more things on the drawing board, which haven't even been told to myself, Michael, and others, that it's got a product roadmap for the next 20 plus years. And I can tell you, being a guy who was at RIM BlackBerry, if I had to get a product roadmap from one of our tech engineers and take it to the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, or the Navy, or one of the big integration systems integration guys like UDS and Accenture, that I was running those relationships globally, you're lucky if you've got the next 8 months. This is a high-tech company, leap years ahead, which he's got for 20 years to roll out. But over the next 4 to 5 weeks, the world is going to be hearing about this water machine. And if you don't think that the super soldier tech is live and available right now, here's something. These moon boots, I guess I'm going to call them moon boots, like an Austin Powers throwaway. 17-second video, just happened to be like that, of an actual U.S. military soldier. Check this out.
Check this out. First run with the mag boots, powering them on, lights are on. Okay, going foot on, locked, man. Other foot, there it goes. Bro, I'm stuck to it, walking up. What? No way. Look at this. I'm vertical right now. Still gripping. About 15 feet, gonna step over, turning them off. Done. That is insane. Crazy boot.
There you go. That was pretty cool to show. Just absolutely wild. So what else? We have what's amazing too on our mission to uplift consciousness and the frequency of mankind on this planet. This literally just came in. I want to say thank you. This is on a Rumble chat, Michael. I took the screenshot just as the William Shatner video was playing. And it happens to be both of our clients who are right here saying, you know what, thanks to X39 and thanks to X49, here are my incredible results. So this is right now taken in the Rumble chat as the LifeWave lovers, Nisitsi and Kara Buoko, up on the screen. So Nisitsi says, hi, you two are great. I wear X39 every day. Thanks, Michael Jago. Thank you. And then right below that, Kara Buoko saying, have been wearing X39, X49 Aeon for over 2 years now. This is an incredible customer. Our team in Quebec says it has saved my life. And said, I still have a mutated gene to repair, and that will come very soon. Freaking amazing. And that's what it's all about too, which drives us in getting these incredible results. Again, here from Rumble chat, Mad Lady 222 says, I can attest to the patch. I've worn it for 2 years. I've lost 30 pounds. I have dark hair growing back under the silver hair. I'm 46 years old. Karaboko even said, nice. And Karaboko said, it has saved me from strokes. So from having strokes. And that again is live in Rumble chats from our previous shows, this show, other shows right now. And Karaboko even said, I canceled all my subscriptions to make this happen for X39 and others like the Aeon patch. And this is what it's all about, people. And she even said in her own words, I was prone to strokes, had two already. I'm now free of that. My cognitive skills have improved massively. No more allergies. And the list goes on and on and on. Michael, this is just related to the patches. We're not talking about water machine anymore. Going back to the patch, what could you convey that we can continue to keep out here for people, why they should start with X39 and maybe add the X49, the dynamic duo as far as I'm concerned?
Yeah, both of them are, powering up your stem cells. And the X39 is the mother of all patches. X49 is going to start to work on your cardiovascular areas a little bit more. So that all the patches, are designed with the different frequencies to help different areas of your body already. So I recommend that you're already on the patches when you get the water machine. Now you could do the water machine, of course, without any patches, but from everyone that I've seen, they're already on the patches and they use the water machine and they get incredible results. We'll see. I'm sure there's going to be people that are not using patches. They go on the water machine. I'm sure we'll still get great results for those people. But I would say it will be a massive boost if you're already on X39 and perhaps X49 and Celergize and Eon. So those will be my top picks, initially. And then you can go into glutathione patch and, silent night patch if you need a little bit of extra sleep. So there's lots of different patches to get you through different things. A lot of people are using carnosine patches and basically turning around eyesight problems and so forth. So many, and I use it for, I was having like crazy arthritic type stuff going on with my wrist and stuff. It was getting really bad, and the carnosine basically turned it around. So I use carnosine for different things. I don't really have the problems that a 65 normally has. And I see myself going forward in life and getting even better the longer that I use the patches. So the patches are something you want to be on for a long period of time. We've had people that use the patches and they had some serious problems and they overcame those problems and they're like, oh, I can go off the patch now. So they went off the patch and then those problems came back and they were like dumbfounded. I was like, okay, you want to stay on the patches because do you want to continue to age or would you like to reverse that process? Right. So that's why we use X39. And I think in conjunction with the water machine, it's going to like super accelerate what's going on, healing or regeneratively or reversing some problems that you might have. And I don't see aging as a problem, but it is kind of fun to look a lot younger than my age, and I see that with a lot of people too.
Yeah, no makeup on this guy ever, and you can see from my shows going back over the years, it's working. It's working. Here's Australia, because remember, this is all over the world, 85 countries, offices, support. And when you join up, we're all part of the same team. Michael and I, we have people on our team that look after people on Zooms, phone calls, cell phone, text messaging. It's incredible. And this is Denyes Sherlock in Australia. I live on the Gold Coast, Australia. Love these patches. X39 and X49. So again, touching souls and helping them around the world here as well. We've got another one which has come in from Florida. We've got another one which has come in from Alberta, which we definitely like to see. 51st state Alberta independence, just rocking. This is the Florida one up on the screen right now. It's Mad Lady 22. Excuse me. Yeah, from Florida. I already read that one. I've got 14 different screenshots. I'm trying to post up here, be the producer and be the guest, the interviewer here too, with the amazing Michael Jaco. So then where are we now, everybody? Because we have seen this man on the left wearing the X39 patch when he works out. And it has been disclosed that David Schmidt was invited by RFK Jr. onto the board of MAHA a year plus ago. Michael, you just had a chance to work out on two separate occasions with RFK Jr.'s trainer and patch him in Muscle Beach as well. What could you tell the audience about RFK and maybe his cabinet that might be wearing X39 and the other patches?
Yeah, I mean, RFK Jr., he's a pretty strong guy, and really fit. He's lean. He's basically, a great example. Now, Ike, the guy that I've worked out with a couple of times, he's a giant. He makes Arnold Schwarzenegger look small, and he can do amazing things with his body. He does handstands on a bar while I'm doing pull-ups. I'm doing pull-ups, and he's like handstanding his huge body. I think he's like 6'5" and weighs 270 pounds, and it's all lean, super lean. So amazing guy, got a big heart. So he's worked out RFK Jr. several times, and his on Muscle Beach. So all the big wigs want to go there and hang out. Arnold's jealous of him.
That's good. That's good. Oh, and one more thing about LifeWave X2O water machine, everybody. Any water you can put into it, it will filter. We've had comments in the Rumble chat about people at the water that comes from your town is disgusting. It will filter it all out, and then it will change it. Once again, you're infusing strands of light into your water. So you are literally changing the elemental construct of the water and drinking liquid light. As far as I'm concerned, that's like water from heaven. And prove me wrong to try to find anything that could come close to that. Plus the 3 studies we referenced where 100% of the people had effects in a positive way within 15 seconds on average.
Yep. Very, very quick. I had it within less than 15. I had it within 2-3 seconds. And I still have great results. But, people are going to try this. They're going to get their great results, and they're going to talk about it. And so many people are going to want those machines. It's the technology of the future. I think it's going to be one of those things that once it's disclosed, how great it is, people are going to be running for it. It is incredible technology, and I think the people like we've been talking to for a while, they're gonna bite it up quick, and we'll continue to see a lot of people use this. I have a Miracle Monday. I'm sure we're going to have people on there that are going to talk about their results from it. We'll probably have a separate section of the Miracle Monday just for the water users, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty amazing. And what Michael was sharing here in terms of when the word gets out about the water machine, that is only a matter of weeks away, because the film Code of Creation, which received over 2 billion views during censorship lockdown, as well as the Great Awakening film, he did the film on David Schmidt creating this water machine called Code of Creation. It is now announced that they have signed deals with Apple, Amazon Prime, and Netflix. So you have over 370 million subscribers on those channels in the next 5 weeks when it finally drops over there, that are going to be hearing all about this water machine, all about LifeWave, all about X39. And the results continue to just pour in from around the world, just on the patches as well. We just had another one from Australia right now, Michael. It's their daytime the next morning, April 2nd, as we're recording this. So this is really awesome. And one thing I want to leave here with everybody is, when we say this is a team effort, it is all about supporting people who want to share this message. And Michael and I are part of the team. You're welcome to join us and become a brand partner as well. There's information for that. But I'm going to allow David Schmidt in for 2 minutes as we end the segment of Keys of Creation here tonight over these next 10 minutes. Listen to him for 2 minutes, tell you about what his vision is for the world, and see if this is something that would ignite your spirit if you're entrepreneurial or you're a light worker and you want to share these technologies with your community and the planet for change in this ascension period of time. Here's David in his own words and his mission to heal the world. And here is that testimonial, the LifeWave love from the Aussie. Says, yes, nearly 2 years and results are amazing in Aussie land, to definitely want to get the water machine. That's on Rumble right now, and also just posted on Rumble. Hoop Dude, currently on 2 months into X39, a major throat issue has disappeared, and puts in brackets, serious problem swallowing food. The scars from accidents in life are disappearing, from BC, Canada. Miracles, in my opinion, Michael. Miracles.
Yeah. And, they're going to continue because, like you said, David Schmidt has, 20 years worth of, new products that are in the pipeline. So it's a great company to be involved with on any level. And I love, getting people involved with the product and then sharing it. So it is, we have a great team. We have amazing people on our team. We'd love to have as many people who want to join us as want. We'll be able to accommodate you because we have a great team, and this team is, building big.
Yep, and we are on a mission to help 1 billion souls in the world, and it's all possible because we've envisioned it. It's already done, and we're just bringing it forward right now, Michael and I and other members of our team. And by the way, everybody, this is the #1 customer acquisition team on the planet for LifeWave. So this isn't something that is, maybe we're going to do it one time. We're talking about what Michael's leadership has led it to the #1 on the planet, and not just for 1 year or 2 years, for 3 freaking years. So here is going to go to another year. We're going to take it to a massive level to help people for the betterment of their communities, their families, and whatnot. And again, it's like Star Trek technology as far as I'm concerned, which we all get to use right now. So, Mike, any final comments over the next few minutes here for everybody, or stories to relate?
Yeah, I mean, the compensation plan 2.0 that just came out is phenomenal. We have trips LifeWave puts out every year. I've gone to all of them in the last several years. It's been great meeting with people and having these great experiences. The next one is in Hawaii. Now, when the Compensation 2.0 came out, a lot more people at a very early stage are able to get compensation. And this was by design because David is brilliant and he's taking things, he always takes things to the next level. So when within our organization, we basically advanced so many people that you, Brad, did really well as well. But I'm at the very top, and the next group down is almost 2 times less than our group I excelled to win this trip. Now, what was the major thing? People in our organization advanced and started earning. So we had more unbelievable people that were that advanced and started earning income. It's a great experience, and you're sharing something like we've talked about, on these shows that is way advanced, way advanced. It is the future, and you're getting active. You're getting a piece of it, and you're sharing it, and people are loving you because you're doing it, because they're getting relief, or they're getting experiences, or they're upping their game. A lot of us have upped their games, and a lot of you have great experiences, you're skiing and so forth, where you've upped your game. And I've heard from many people that they could only ski because as they're getting older, they can only ski a little bit, and they're putting the patches on. They're skiing like all day long, and normally they would be like in bed for the next day or two, and they get up and they go out and they ski more. They keep going back. So yeah, this technology is phenomenal. I'm amazed, at this technology, and I'm amazed at the results that people have, and it's amazing to be part of it.
It certainly is. And what Michael's alluding to is I did 10 days over a 12-day period of time, because 1.5 days was required of massive driving from Alberta to BC. 10 days of big mountain skiing. Now, being a man who lived for a number of years in Vail, Colorado, and had the Vail Epic Pass, and my wife and I at the time, we would be 12 minutes from getting into the truck in our garage to being on the lift at Beaver Creek Ski Resort. Another 20 minutes it would roughly will be at Vail.
Beautiful.
So we ski, dozens of times a year. But I'm talking about big mountain skiing, like Fernie, where I used to live as well in British Columbia, known as the Powder Highway, Fernie, BC, to Revelstoke, which is the #1 resort in North America in terms of snow. And it's all backcountry and big mountain skiing, and able to just get out there and do it again and again and again. And we've had multiple people on our team who have told us, some cases it's 10, other cases it's more than 12, having to travel like Mexico or other places in the world, or South America. On top of that, the lodging, the travel, and the time off work. And instead they put an X39 on, and they got results in a matter of days to weeks. And that's all I can say here right now, because that has been reported. We're just sharing that, but we can't go into any other details beyond that. So it's pretty incredible, right? So that's why I call it a second lease on life. And since we've had a lot of Canadians here who are curious about the governor, our good friend Norman Traversy, here's what he says about X39. He said, by day 2 with X39, I was running upstairs for the first time since the 20th century. Like, here's a man with the Governor General's Award, voted by his peer firefighters to be the nationally recognized firefighter of the year in Canada, with 6 registered on his medical records TBIs, and he was able to do that at the age of 68 by day 2 with X39. And then our mutual friend Colonel Sellers, former deputy commander of Delta Force, he has a testimonial I'll read here in a moment, Michael, but would you mind setting up who Delta Force is, or First Special Forces Operation Detachment Delta for people?
Yeah, it's equivalent of SEAL Team 6, Tier 1 operators, the best of the best. You go to the top, and you're doing hostage rescue, anti-terrorist. That's mainly why we were formed. But of course, they've done incredible stuff. I was in Pakistan when Osama bin Laden was taken down by my old team, Red Squadron, SEAL Team 6. So there's definitely Delta took out al-Baghdadi. So we're seeing a lot of these great groups out there. Now, I wish that I'd had it back when I was in SEAL teams, because I heard about it when I was in Pakistan, talking to some of my SEAL Team 6 buddies that were getting ready to do the mission to take out Osama bin Laden. But they were telling me about this new product that some people were, utilizing, the energy enhancer. And I was like, dang, I missed it. And so I probably won't come out to general public for like 50 years. And then, not long after that, it was out, and I got to actually use it for the first time. I just held it in my hand, and I knew, because I'm an energy guy, I knew that this is something. I was like, I got to try them all. So I've tried them all. I've used them all. And the water machine is, like I said, and we've talked about, third generation, next level, beyond what these patches are again.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And this is what Colonel Chuck Sellers says, everybody, in terms of the patches. And I was very fortunate to be there to watch him wearing this. He said, if I was still in, I'd issue these X39 patches to every man and woman under my command, because they work not only to assert 89 clinical studies and patents, but this is what I say, changes lives, gives a second lease on life. So you got a 30% off opportunity with the link you see on the screen or right below the chat or the QR code. And that's 100% money back guarantee, because we want people to enjoy it. We are quite confident you'll have incredible results over the next few days and weeks as you wear these. And then we have full support for you Monday through Sunday as well, that you can choose a la carte and getting involved with all of us on phone, Zoom, email, shows, you name it. We're all here for you to help uplift the world for mankind. Michael, do you think the Super Soldier program is leveraging these technologies?
Oh yeah, beyond belief. So like we talked about, they have the frequency technology. They understand the frequency technology. It's in their gear. It's in their consciousness. It's on a way different level. And humanity is going to reach that level, I believe, fairly soon.
Yeah, great way to uplift your consciousness too. Well, that's it for now, everyone. Thank you so much for Keys of Creation with the amazing man, Michael Jaco here, an incredible veteran. These patches help veterans, law enforcement officers. We have many, many, many success stories with that alone. And you are on the precipice of being able to start drinking a water that could literally change your body within minutes. Because again, those new early age studies we had just shared with you show the X2O light activated water may impact your heart rate, blood flow, energy signals, and even how your cells function almost immediately, and all for the better. So we're talking measurable shifts across multiple systems in your body, not days later, weeks later, but
Donald Trump from the tall one with Melania is back at the Space Force base in Greenland, and we have an obvious fake in the White House. Now I put out photographs showing that this Trump we're seeing is shorter than the real one, the one who appeared at the NATO meeting. They've even trotted out an obviously fake Melania, but it's his actions and words that make it very clear that he is basically, according to the evidence I have, he's working for Jean-Michel de Rothschild, whoever is pretending to be Trump right now in the White House. Now, some evidence for this is that on July 2nd, President Macron of France, who is basically a spokesperson for Jean-Michel de Rothschild, had the first phone call with Vladimir Putin since 2022. And when he was asked, this was on July 2nd, when he was asked why they had this phone call now, he said it's because there's been a new regime in Washington. So he didn't do it in January when there was a new regime. He did it in July, okay? And this Trump, as we know, went against the complete wishes of the American people by attacking Iran, and I talked to the Russian FSB about the situation, and their analysis is quite interesting. Basically, what they're saying is that the new regime in the United States has made a complete shift to the Middle East. They've forgotten about their Asia pivot. They've announced they're no longer going to send weapons to Ukraine. And the Ukrainian authorities and the Russians are also saying most of those weapons weren't going to Ukraine anyway. They're going to the Middle East or Africa or whatever, So the arms bazaar is just going through Azerbaijan now, is what I'm hearing. And there is a new front being opened there. So what's happened is, according to the Russians, there's a huge move now, the biggest move by the remnants of the Western military-industrial complex, the NATO faction, is to try to stop the construction of new pipelines in Central Asia that would allow Europe to get cheaper gasoline and not get gasoline or oil from the companies controlled by the Rothschilds and the U.S. So this is a move to make sure Europe remains subservient and has to pay high prices for their gasoline. However, this shift to the Middle East has come at a huge cost, as Defense Intelligence Agency reports and other sources, like Mossad sources, confirm Israel suffered a massive defeat. And I'm now getting evidence that Israel is going to cease to exist. There was an announcement in Israel that they were going to annex the West Bank. Okay, for a lot of people say, oh no, well that's horrible. But if they formally annex it, that means all the Palestinians there will become Israeli or Judea citizens and have voting rights and stuff. So it would be, in essence, a move to create a multi-ethnic state of Judea, which is what's happening. Now, getting back to the United States, another sign that Rothschild has reasserted control is that they're passing this big, beautiful bill, which is essentially a massive bribery bill that uses debt or debt slavery to tax the American people and pay the ultra wealthy. That's what it really boils down to, because right now the United States is paying more on interest than they're paying for their defense budget. This is paying money to unelected bankers who created debt out of nothing. Literally, it is debt slavery. So the United States is paying more. The American people are paying more to these bankers for money created out of nothing than they're paying for their own defense. And this is not going to end very well. The BRICS, who now control way more of the world economy by far than the G7, have decided to start up their own future planning agency. Unfortunately, the West has not yet gotten behind that ball. However, there are signs of big change, and this recent Rothschild power grab in the U.S. is not going to end well for various reasons. For one thing, I noticed that Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney in Canada, there are signs that he is taking control of the Bank of Canada back to the Canadian people, because they're announcing mega projects like they're going to build huge pipelines so they can send their oil to Asia and not be dependent on just the U.S. And the other sign is they're carrying out massive housing construction. In other words, mega projects that aren't funded by debt or taxes. So it's a sign that change is happening. And also we noticed that in the UK that the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer is facing a revolt, and my sources tell me he won't last past the summer. So that's a good sign. So Macron is losing. He's going to lose Canada and the UK, and then in France, of course. But the fact is that their economy is going down the drain, and I don't think they're going to be able to do much about it. Now, the other thing, of course, that we need to address is this whole Epstein business, because Elon Musk is once again calling for the Epstein files to be released after this big, beautiful debt slavery bill was passed, and this comes as there's an attempt to whitewash the P. Diddy trial and the Epstein trial. Now it turns out that the prosecutors in both those cases is the daughter of former FBI chief Comey, and even though they're whitewashing, if you watch this clip here from a Texas lawyer, you'll see what I mean.
The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world. The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs. After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases. And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI. Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement. Even before the indictment of Sean Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Sean Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened. People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons, are now stepping forward to make their voices heard and to pursue justice. But no, most of these people are scared. They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators and their associates. They are rightly afraid for their own personal safety. I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed. Many dirty secrets will be revealed. We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this, when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty. You would be shocked at the length fans will go, no matter the evidence to the contrary, to defend celebrities they love. I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics. I've personally already been threatened multiple times on social media. And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo. But victims who step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted. I want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me. If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone.
What this is a sign of is that no matter how much they try to cover it up from the top, there's all this pressure, all these different lawsuits and whistleblowers coming out. There's no way they're going to be able to keep their whole pedophile blackmail thing going much longer. And the other big thing that's happened is it looks very much like Japan has declared independence from the Zionists or the Khazarian mafia. In this clip here, you can see former Prime Minister Hatoyama talking about removing all U.S. military bases from Japan. And this, no politician in the past would have gotten away with saying that, but he did, and it is happening. The American military tell me that from a military point of view, they shouldn't be in Japan. It's not a tenable position. They'd rather have bases further away from the Chinese mainland that they could defend from Chinese missiles in the case of a real war. But the Russians tell me in any case the Americans have evacuated a lot of their navy and all their anti-aircraft weapons from Japan and Taiwan, and they wasted them in this failed war against Iran. So basically China can now do whatever they want in East Asia, and I don't, and fortunately they're working with the U.S. military white hats, and it's not going to be such a bad situation. But the real problem remains the United States, where you still have blackmailed and bribed pedophiles in charge, working for Israel and not for the United States, and we have an obviously fake Trump in power now. So this is where the struggle is going to be. There are a lot of military white hats who are aware of this, and there is a kind of a revolt in the U.S. military. It's becoming fragmented. U.S. Central Command managed to work with the Rothschilds for the big power grab and push this big war against Iran, but it blew up in their faces. Now, another thing that's come up, which I thought was very interesting, is that the whole justification for this attack on Iran came from a software called Mosaic that was used by the International Atomic Energy Association that ran a simulation that proved that Iran was making nuclear weapons. In other words, they didn't actually go there. They just ran a computer simulation to create an excuse. And this Mosaic is owned by Palantir. That's right, Peter Thiel's company. That's now getting data on all Americans to enforce kind of a system of modern tech slavery. So all these dots are connecting. We're seeing these oligarchs doubling up, trying very hard to maintain control, arrest people, bribe people, but the drain is they're circling the drain. They don't control real world economics. This has been made very obvious with the Trump tariffs. They've tried to suppress the news, but the fact is that thanks to the tariffs, the U.S. trade deficit has increased because a lot of people have decided to stop buying American stuff. And the revenue from the tariffs is not anywhere near what is needed to pay for the U.S. Deficit. So, again, I repeat, the Dragon family has an offer on the table with an initial $100 trillion tranche of money to help rebuild the U.S. economy. And this is not debt, okay? You don't have to pay it back. It's credit. It means you get it, you spend it on bridges and roads and schools and infrastructure and whatever else you want, and you don't have to pay it back. Whereas the big, beautiful bill is just, as Ron Paul says, it's an inflation tax on Americans because they create this money out of nowhere. They give it to their military contractors and their bribed politicians. And where does that money come from? At the end of the day, it's taken from the average American people. So it is a debt slavery bill. I don't think this is going to last long, but we're definitely in a major counter-offensive by the cabal, and it is centered around Jean-Michel de Rothschild. He's a person of interest. Obviously, there are other people who are involved are Ursula von der Leyen of the EU. I mean, it's about, they're basically Nazis. And people who understand the real history know that the Nazis are a subdivision of the cabal, of a cult that wants to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. I mean, Hitler himself in Mein Kampf, 90% of the world, and it's in his plan. So these people are still fighting, and they're fighting for their lives. Let's face it. The EU just had a parliamentary vote, or they're about to oust von der Leyen over obvious corruption. It's probably going to continue throughout the summer because everyone else is on holiday, but I just don't see it ending well in any way for that. And I just don't see Jean-Michel and Rothschild staying in power much longer because there is a huge majority of people who are completely aware of the criminal nature of the governments in the West. And this is especially true in the military. And it is happening on many levels, on grassroots levels, and it's happening in Israel as the Israeli people, wake up to the fact that they just suffered another Holocaust thanks to Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, the reports are it could be as many as 500,000 Israelis dead due to the Iranian attacks. That would be out of 7 million, that's 1 out of 14 people. That's huge, and that's some. And they've run out of weapons. They've run out of missiles, and they're trying to up the ante by bribing Turkish President Recep Erdogan with promises of an expanded empire, Ottoman Empire in Azerbaijan, and trying to get some sort of Russian-Turkish thing going on there. So the Russians are on the case, and I think Erdogan is smart enough to understand that he would lose any war with Russia, and it would be very stupid to work for the Israelis and the Zionists, because his own people will not put up with it, despite talks about, they can go ahead and expand their Ottoman Empire, but they don't have to do it by working for Satanists. They can do it, more peacefully in a friendly manner with Russia. So again, it is looking pretty grim right now overall, but I look at this as a sort of a battle of the Bulge offensive by the Khazarian mafia, and the numbers mean they're going to lose. Let's just think about it. In Western Europe, they could not hold out against Russia for more than 2-3 weeks maximum. And even though they had their fake Trump at the NATO meeting saying that the United States would fight to defend Western Europe, they physically cannot. Okay, they just, even if they wanted to, they would not be able to ship enough weapons and tanks across the Atlantic, especially with Russian submarines and missiles sinking ships, to get, even if they, fly troops over to fight the Russians, they wouldn't have weapons for them. So they cannot defend Western Europe. The Russians, I think they're too cautious. They keep telling me they're just letting it implode by itself because they don't want to, give anybody an excuse to start nuclear war. Okay, but I think that, they could just order government change in France and Germany at this point without having to actually carry out warfare. But again, we're watching an end game. There can be no doubt about it, and this is not going to end well. But I repeat, many countries, Canada, now soon the UK, Japan, they're leaving the Khazarian fold, which means we're really down to a small rump of bribed and blackmailed politicians in Germany, France, UK, to lesser, and the US, and they're losing Israel as well. So, it's a bit depressing to see them make this big push, but at the same time, they have lost. It's mathematically certain. They don't have the troops, they don't have the money, they don't have any control over real economy. And the other thing, of course, is now Elon Musk is against them, which means that a large portion of the U.S. military-industrial complex, the National Reconnaissance Organization, all those high-tech people, have turned against the fake regime now in Washington, D.C., and we do expect the real Donald Trump will return, but my own sources in the U.S. Space Force say they're just letting them giving them enough rope to hang themselves, and that's why they're not taking action now. So we'll see. But that's sort of the situation. We're in the midst of an offensive that will fail, but in the meantime, you see, they're still trying to cover up the pedophiles. They're still trying to continue their debt slavery system, and they're still trying to start World War III. But I know that sane minds in the military-industrial complex are not going to let them do that, and I'm hoping that they will wake up to the fact that this dragon family offers offers a way out of debt slavery without a catastrophic collapse of the U.S. economy. So they need to take this seriously because it's real. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Is it possible the fake Trump being seen over in Europe and on the news is a security body double being used by the real Trump? Is it possible that the real Trump does have his own body doubles that he uses, just like the fake Trumps?
The real Trump does have body doubles that he uses for high-risk occasions. This is sure. But if you look at past statements from the real Trump about Iran, for example, he repeatedly tweeted that, Obama was trying to start a war with Iran and we should never do that. And to see this one, promoting war with Iran against the will of the military shows that the one that appeared at the NATO meeting and promoted the attack on Iran was not an avatar for the real Trump. Next question.
Hi, Ben. About South Korea, the Zionist candidate Kim Moon-soo, a close friend of Jeong Kwang-hun, a mentally insane Protestant leader, was defeated recently. The American military commander in South Korea endorsed him. Does this kind of explain that the U.S. military force in South Korea is a Zionist entity?
Oh yeah, I mean, South Korea was always been a U.S. military colony, but the fact that South Korea, Japan, Australia, all these countries refused to go to the NATO meeting is a sign that something has clicked here, and I believe the U.S. military in East Asia is not on the same page as the Central Command. They are very upset that their power has been wasted on this Iran campaign, but they understand that they're going to have to, come to a new arrangement in East Asia, and this will be one that will allow the United States to continue to have a role in the region, but in a more sane and friendly manner. So instead of constant warmongering, it'd be more, nation building. But I understand that North Korea and South Korea will now once again move towards merging into a, reunifying, and I don't think the U.S. will stop that, even if they want to. But yeah, I mean, the government in South Korea is presiding over the biggest population drop in that nation's history, and it's not working for the Korean people. When they have the lowest birth rate on earth, and when a woman does not feel safe having children, that shows there's something wrong with society. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I know you touched on this briefly already, but do you think the big, beautiful bill will end up being rescinded when the real Trump gets back in office? And regardless of that, what do you think this means for everyday average Americans?
For everyday average Americans, it means more inflation and more debt, and it'll mean an increase in wealth of the top 0.1% and a decrease in the wealth of the 99%. And I think the real Trump will agree to the Dragon family plan, which would mean a complete, a jubilee, cancellation of all debt, public and private, and then infusion of huge amounts of money without, it's not debt money, to rebuild America and really make it great again. And I think that's what the real Trump will support, because we all want to make America great again. The whole world does. It's like watching a good friend, suffering a mental breakdown and become homeless, and then nobody wants that. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. What about all the ICE deportations? Is this the real Trump or the fake Trump behind this?
The real Trump, did take big action against criminals, and a lot of known criminals were deported, and the result has been a huge drop in the crime rate across the U.S. But recently, I'm getting reports of deportations of useful people, like farm workers and dishwashers and stuff like that, and that's a sign that, again, something has clicked, something has changed. The use of paid mercenaries to start riots across the U.S. and then an attempt to use that as an excuse to have military onto the streets of U.S. cities. Everyone pointed out that these rioters were getting money from Soros and those people, and that trail leads to Rothschild. So suddenly they had to scale back that campaign. But for the first few months, the real Trump did a great job and helped reduce the U.S. crime rate by deporting known criminals, and that's a good thing. Okay, well, I guess that's it for this week. I hope to see you again next week. And, despite everything, the United States is a great country, and we all wish you a happy 4th of July, and we'll all fight to make sure you really do become an independent nation again, because the world needs America back. Okay, well, thanks. Hope to see you next week.
Leo, the Lion, Zagami back, and he's bringing it. We've got a very good show for you today. The Vatican is warning of the rise of occult and satanic threats that are coming to America. So, Leo, thanks for coming back on again.
Thank you for having me on. And yes, the warning, of course, is for America, but also for the rest of the world, of course. Here in America, though, we had a very big increase in the number of practicing exorcists in the last few years, which is a bad sign, especially due to what I had envisioned already. You leave people in front of Cyber Satan for too long. That's not a good place to be. Now, it's important to understand that in the month of May, the Vatican will gather an international group of exorcists in Rome. And this year, in fact, the topic is mostly focused on the AI and how the AI is aiding Satanists. And that, as you know, is a topic that I have touched with a few of my books, volume 6.66, volume 7, and volume 9. In particular, volume 6.66 is relevant for today because in this book, I discuss the specifics of the rite of exorcism, of course, the one practiced by the Catholic Church, which in the Christian world is the more relevant, the Romanorum rite, which basically has been with us for over 4 centuries. And then you have for each, religion their own way of exorcising the devil. But in fact, this year, for the first time, the Vatican is also opening their doors to non-Catholics and non-Christians alike who want to join in the battle against Satan. And on the 13th of March, he guested a few representatives of the International Association of Exorcists. So it's been maybe an important move. However, I am a bit disappointed that the Pope decided to dedicate to this such an important subject only half an hour. I mean, these people arrive from all over the world. You expect them at least, to spend with the Pope a few hours. However, it seems to me that there is some kind of contradiction here. from the the materialistic economic side of the Vatican, which, by the way, I've talked about in my latest article on leozagami.com, which you can go and check out, because he just appointed a former executive director from the Edmund de Rothschild private banking group to be in charge of the Vatican Bank. Now, this guy was also connected to Jeffrey Epstein through Ariane de Rothschild, who, of course, was married with Edmund de Rothschild and then took on the whole of the group, and later involved also Jeffrey Epstein, because she wasn't that great in doing this business. Let me explain. There is two different factions of the Rothschilds. There is the French and English faction, and then there is the French and Swiss faction, which is this one. And this guy, Francois Pauli, is now the new head of the Vatican Bank. And because he was involved with Epstein, it seems a little bit weird, to say the least, that you have a guy like that now in charge of the Vatican Bank. But to me, I think there is definitely a paradox here, because, of course, when you're talking about money, you're talking about something that is directly connected with the devil. Remember the interview that Steve Bannon made with Epstein? At the end of the interview, he said, "Are you the devil?" Because he was so good with his, business side of things, that the guy was wondering if he was actually the devil himself. And he had all the characteristics. So it's like the Vatican is divided between two factions. The faction of your ordinary priest, your parish priest, who wants to fight the demonic, which is rising. And of course, this International Association of Exorcists went to the Pope with a specific message, because you have to understand that with the arrival of the internet, the satanic sects have been able to recruit a lot more members. And groups like, for example, the Ordo Templi Orientis of Aleister Crowley, or the Temple of Set of Michael Aquino, or many other New Age oriented sects of more recent. But the exorcists are warning, of course, the Pope that there needs to be at least one or more exorcists for each diocese, because the increase in demand has been astonishing, Michael. And actually, when I say Michael, I say a name which is very dear to the exorcist. The Archangel Michael is, of course, very important. Now, when I was emailing with your wife, she told me she was interested in knowing also regarding the fact that, the exorcists make a point when they exorcise to get the real name of the demon they're fighting. Because maybe people don't know that, and this is going to probably shock them, but in medieval times, they went even to as far as calculating how many demons were roaming the earth. And if you want to give you an exact number, that I have to get my glasses here, because unfortunately at 56, I need my glasses. And we're talking about millions of demons roaming the earth. Okay, so here we are. It will be here. Now, they calculated that there were at least 13 million 306,668 demons who are loose around the planet. This was at least what they calculated in medieval times. There was also the fact, this is also very important. the demons have their own principalities, their own soldiers. It's a legion, no? We are many because we are legion.
Yeah.
And there is a hierarchy. Now, Beelzebub, which is one of the main demons, under Lucifer, under Satan, he has 6,666, of course, demons working for him. This is also part of the calculations that were done. Now, regardless of those people who might think this is a matter of laughter when you hear such things, this topic is very serious, and is very serious for people who are believers and also for people who are non-believers, because the biggest trick the devil ever played on us is to let us believe it doesn't exist, as we all know. This is a famous saying. Now, these representatives of the International Association of Exorcists that went to visit Pope Leo on March 13th at the Vatican Apostolic Palace had this half-an-hour meeting in which they explained how even in the seminaries of the Catholic Church, there is, of course, a lot of demons. And now, when you get consecrated to become a priest, in a minor, you can actually participate to minor exorcism only. Okay? Only a very few chosen priests get to become exorcists. You have to have a preparation in theology, but you also have to have a preparation in psychology, because you have to dismiss those cases where obviously the person is not, is insane. I mean, it's simply contact working upon, the affected. My own personal experience with exorcism has been very vast, and it's been direct because I participated to exorcism.
Wow.
I was exorcised myself. I went and participated to exorcism in the Middle East, in mountains, in Italy, in monasteries, in places, and I had all kinds of experiences. So, if you want, after we can, I can give you some, just some personal experiences of mine for your audience.
Is it anything like we saw in Exorcism?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. It's. I remember once, and this is it's quite incredible because they couldn't find a proper group of exorcists to actually quiet down this guy who was obviously possessed. He was from Africa. He was obviously in Africa. We have voodoo, the roots of voodoo. It's filled with animist religions. And so they couldn't get an exorcist. And so they said, okay, will you provide us with an exorcism? And so I went into the room, and the guy was literally coming off his bed. I mean, it was rather incredible.
Wow.
And in that case, of course, I use not only the prayers, but I also use a holy relic, which I always carry on with me. I have it even now in the other room. It's a piece of the bandage of Padre Pio, which is considered the saint of the Catholic Church, which is also, though, a guy who was, when he was a monk, during his life with the stigma, he was also an exorcist. I mean, he was somebody who was fighting the devil. So the fact that you are able to also use holy relics aside from the prayers is almost like, when you go into the battle with somebody, you might have a knife, or you might have a gun, or you might have a machine gun. Now, the incredible thing that happened with the Catholic Church is that, as you know, and we have discussed it many times here on this show, in the past, the Catholic Church, unfortunately, after the Second Vatican Council, which happened in the first half of the 1960s, gave birth to a church which was increasingly progressive. I talked about it, especially in volume 12 of my Confessions, the last installment of my Confessions that, as you know, talks about the Jesuits. I talked about the Jesuits' takeover of the church, of a church which was no longer traditional, which was abandoning the traditional Latin Mass for this Novo Ordo Missa, which was basically abandoning their traditions and facilitating this way the satanic infiltration. In fact, it's not a coincidence that the Second Vatican Council ends up in December 1965, and then you have 1966, considered year zero of Satanism. And that is also the year in which that the Sabbatean Frankist of Anton LaVey founded the Church of Satan. Now, from my own personal experience, I noticed that when at the end of the 90s, the Vatican in 1999 tried to impose a new form of exorcism, there was generally a rebellion from the base of exorcists, which led, actually, paradoxically, led to the creation of this International Association of Exorcists, because then there was a guy called Father Amort, which is the guy which inspired also that movie. It is not The Exorcist. The Exorcist is another movie, and it's the first of its kind. The Exorcist is a movie which I explain also in my books, was worked out in Hollywood also with the direct support of the Jesuits. So there was a lot of know-how in the way that that movie portrayed the whole thing. Then you have other movies of importance and relevance, like The Rite, for example, that came out in 2011, which is based on a book, The Rite, The Making of a Modern Exorcist, which is also based on real stories. And in fact, there is also a link there to a Welsh Jesuit named Father Lucas. And so it's obvious that in the the exorcist and what they do, the exorcists are always sought after by Hollywood, because what they do is very spectacular at times and very scary, to say the least. I remember when a few years ago, the film director of The Exorcist, in fact, did a documentary about Father Amort filming the real exorcism, and it was pretty scary to actually, have the real exorcists that are, portrayed rather than the fictional ones.
Yeah.
Because what happens with Satan is that he can get into your body through you opening up to the occult, but also in an innocent way, through the Ouija board, through certain video games, through certain books on the occult that maybe shouldn't be read, and people playing around with the things they don't really know about.
Yeah.
And
I've even heard some people have said that they actually, when they make these movies, sometimes they cast spells in the movies that will, when you watch the movie, will come off if you're not strong, if you're weak or whatever, and you're like easily, influenced, because a lot of people really get scared by these movies, and I think that opens you up. But they actually put spells in the movies, some of these movies, like The Exorcist. That's why people would like have go crazy in the movies, in that movie especially. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that, I mean, lately when you go to the cinema, you are bombarded because, I mean, I went to the cinema and saw a couple of movies in the last 2 months. And all I could see in the trailers that were before the movie I chose, which was maybe a more tranquil movie compared to the others, but all the movies, they were all horror movies with evident occult symbolism. So it's almost like today Hollywood produces much more than what happened with The Exorcist. At the time of The Exorcist, yes, you know, you had a few movies around. You had, of course, before The Exorcist, you had Rosemary's Baby, which was a turning point also for a lot of people that understood about, you know, sectarian activities, the fact they were impregnating a woman to bear the child of the devil became a very important and shocking novelty at the time. But today you have almost, I don't know, 20 or 30 movies a month that talk about a variety of occult subjects, branding them as horror. So the actual movie, The Exorcist
family, Rosemary's Baby, bring that up. She wore that red dress with the white lace at the top. So you had Princess Diana and you had Princess Kate. Both of them wore that dress with their children. It's like, wow, there's like just bringing that in everywhere.
But definitely it brought a certain fashion. No? the devil wears Prada, they say. Now there is a comeback. Number 2. Okay, going back to The Devil and Father Amorth, which was this 2017 documentary, which I suggest you go and check out, by William Friedkin, which was the guy who made The Exorcist. I mean, he really brought this. I mean, I remember myself when I used to work with this TV station under the Vatican. There was one of my cameramen called Gianluca Tacchia, which is actually, you know, a friend since I was very young, because I mean, I started, as you know, with working with the Catholic TV and radio, and my mother was collaborating with the Vatican radio and TV. So I mean, I was in that kind of environment. But I remember one day, Gianluca came back from filming Father Amorth doing an exorcist. We're talking about the 1980s here, so nobody has seen that kind of thing. He literally escaped, came to me and was like shocked. He was like, Leo, you will not believe what I saw. It was like, I couldn't stay there. I couldn't film that. I just left. And I was like, wow. Yeah. So just to give you an example, now Russell Crowe participated in a movie, as you know, in 2023, which is called The Pope's Exorcist. And that is actually based on Father Amorth, which I explain in this book, was the guy who opposed this situation of editing and diminishing the power of the exorcism. Because after having changed the various rituals of the Catholic Church based on this Second Vatican Council, the last thing they did in 1999 was to attack the rite of exorcism. And in my book, I explain all the revisions. So explaining the 99 exorcism revision to the layman. And I'm very accurate in this explanation, because I wanted to make people understand this act of sabotage. Because at one point, Father Amorth said, well, what are you giving us here? Because we are not going to be able to fight Satan with this kind of ritual. We want to go back to the 1614 ritual.
Wow.
And that eventually what happened. Now, the Pope just received this group of people who follow into the footsteps of Father Amort, and who will meet up once again, like I said, in the month of May of this year, to discuss and to prepare, because every year in the month, usually in the month of May, they meet up in Rome, around 170, 200 exorcists, to discuss what is happening, to prepare, and maybe amongst them there can be also some laymen or some Christian pastors from other denominations who maybe will also like to join the battle by using those rituals which are in use in the Catholic Church. Now, like I stated earlier, this year, in an unprecedented move, this group of exorcists will actually guest Jewish rabbis, Islamic imam. So it will not be as, I mean, the way you fight Satan and his legion in the Islamic religion is completely different from the Catholic. And the Catholic way of exorcising is itself different from maybe the Coptic or Orthodox way. I was able to assist in the Middle East to Madame Fula's exorcism. Madame Fula and I participated, and I was myself exorcised by her. Madame Fula, regarded by the Coptic Church in Cairo at the time, I'm talking about 2003, as the number one exorcist, was able to do two kinds of exorcism. A minor exorcism, which would be if she saw that you didn't have great problems, okay, that you were not completely possessed by a powerful demon, she will simply measure you and recite a prayer, and then they will fold this measurement done with a piece of cloth will be then folded around the prayer. So that is pretty simple. Then you will have those people, like in that case, it was me, who had received a very powerful curse at the time from a black magician. And so he had launched against me something like 123 demons, I don't know, some big number of demons and so on. I think even more. And so she exorcised, and I explained that also, by with dropping liquid lead in a pan of cold water that captures your demon. Wow. Now, it's pretty scary because liquid lead, if it ends up on you, you can imagine, especially on you. So it is a, I mean, when she told me, you, first she decided who she wanted to bring, and it was a kitchen in Cairo, but people were queuing all the way down to the road. Wow. Come to this old lady and the daughter. I remember the daughter had a T-shirt, Army of Jesus. I said, wow. It seemed like in America, in English. So we were in the days in which the situation was pretty unstable in Iraq. They had just blown up a base of Italian Carabinieri in Nasiriyah. So it was like the Middle East was pretty dense at the time. But I saw that even if she was she was Greek and she was working for the Coptic, the local Coptic church, there were Muslims there that will accept the exorcism from this Christian woman. So it was kind of interesting to see that sometimes evil makes us cross all boundaries in a way, you know? Like I stated in regards to the convention that will be held this year in the middle of May in Rome. So the lead was, first she did some purification, cleansing, and then after reciting a few prayers, she put this pan on top of my head and she poured the lead. It was incredible what happened after, because literally a demon came in the lead with the horns and it was captured. the image of the demon was in one of, and it was, like I said, hundreds of demons with a big demon.
Wow.
And the image of the demon actually out of the, because of course liquid lead in water, and it gets immediately very hard. And at that point, she said, we captured him. And I was pretty impressed by this technique, because I had 10 years earlier another exorcism by a Franciscan monk in an Italian monastery. And that, of course, was conducted following the criteria of reciting the prayers from the Romanorum Rite of 1614, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, you are, liberated from these demons through the power of prayer, of course. In this case, the power of prayer had also some kind of practical element added to it. Now, I don't know how practical would it be if you had somebody spinning with their head like Linda Blair in The Exorcist and put the finger, because probably that would be a little bit. But another interesting exorcism which I was subject to, because you have to understand, I'm an exorcist because I got trained by other exorcists, but at the same time, because I fought these magical wars within the so-called Illuminati, as I explain in my books, at times I was subject to some really big doses of black magic, which in that case needed some proper exorcism. So I was sent to the city of Konya. And in the city of Konya, there was this exorcist which conducted an Islamic ritual of exorcism. So I also was able to see how they operate. Now, they consider the demons, the jinn or the ifrit, creatures of fire. So they need to freeze them in order to exorcise them from you. They recite prayers out of the Quran, around your head, and then they manage to detect how many of these demons, these genies, these ifrit are present. And then they eventually exorcise them. So that was in the city of Konya, which is the city where you have the tomb of Jalaluddin Rumi, the great Sufi. Oh. And it's in Turkey. Yep. It's a beautiful place.
Absolutely.
And I was brought to have this purification, let's say, ritual. It was an exorcism, of course. And it was an interesting experience, because they had recognized that at the time I was under attack. I had just started 20 years ago with my Illuminati confessions online. And as soon as I started, they, of course, cursed me left, right, and center.
Oh, yeah.
As you can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think I still have around here the actual picture, a photo I made of the exorcist. If you want, I can go and pick it up for you.
Yeah.
So, let me see if I can manage to pick it up.
Wow, fascinating subject from somebody that's actually been to exorcisms and has been exorcised as well. Wow.
Yeah, in various traditions also, because like I said, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not only one tradition.
Who has the best tradition for exorcisms?
This was my exorcist in Konya at the time. I don't know if he's still alive. Probably not. I mean, he was pretty old at the time. This is actually during the exorcism.
Wow.
He was reciting the prayer. As you know, I wrote a book on Islam and the eternal conflict in the Middle East, which is volume 10 of my confessions, in which I also talk a bit about my experiences in the Middle East, and I think this book is definitely relevant for what we are living today in the Middle East. So I highly advise you check it out, volume 10 of the like I said, it's of course not a joke to approach the occult, and every now and then you can get attacked. So of course, as I have been an insider in this kind of groups, and magical wars were fought all the time, then you have to cleanse yourself with an exorcism. I mean, you can cleanse yourself, of course, if it's a minor demonic attack with prayers, with going to church, with some holy water and so on. But when you have a demon which is residing in you, then you really need an exorcism. Now you have to understand, I mean, there is a difference, evocation and invocation. Evocation, you evoke the demon outside. Invocation, you actually end up having the demon inside. So we are now living in a situation in our society in which, like Father Ripperger, I mean, I'm sure you heard about him. He's been very much on the news lately. Father Ripperger is probably currently America's #1 exorcist.
Yep.
And he himself has said, though, that he feels that it's not the devil to blame for this trend, but rather us, the humans, who are unfortunately playing with things we shouldn't play, and we are not taking seriously maybe this subject. So for Father Chad Ripperger, the blame lies primarily with people themselves. And it's not about the fact that there is more demons roaming the earth, but it's the fact that we are opening up to them more than we used to. So I think that is an interesting thing he said lately in an interview, because the demons are empowered more and more by people who commit evil deeds, but also people who are not aware of the evil they are committing, or are simply not aware of the fact that they are letting Satan in by doing things that are highly immoral and dangerous for your own soul. Now, we have noticed that, you see, fortunately, people today don't seem to believe their actions have consequences in this sense. So at that point, it becomes very easy for Satan to come into their life when you don't believe in Satan. Like I stated at the beginning of the show, then, So according to these exorcists who went to visit the Pope, there is though also a blame in the spread of esotericism and the occultism. Now, how this spread happens, it happens like we stated earlier. It can happen even simply playing with the Ouija board, no? Like we see also in the film The Exorcist. It's a great point of entry for the demons once you start playing with divination. So tarots also. Tarot cards can become also a point of entry. And of course, today we have an obsession with these various sects and practices that eventually will turn out to be dangerous. Now, apparently, during the meeting that there was at the Vatican on March 13th, Pope Leo publicly appreciated the past work of Father Gabriele Amort, the one we mentioned earlier.
Oh, great.
And because he founded, like we stated, and like I stated in this book, the International Association of Exorcists back in 1994. And when in 1999, which is, by the way, also the year that great exorcist Father Malachi Martin died, I don't know if you know a little bit about Malachi Martin, about his mission, about what he was. I mean, he was basically a former Jesuit, or at least a Jesuit who was no longer an active Jesuit, who came to America, became rather known also in alternative media circles, even with Coast to Coast and people like George Nori and others, publicizing what he was doing, because he was writing some books that were actually essays and others that were fictional but based on truth. He had been the secretary of Cardinal Bea, who was a Jesuit cardinal of relevance during the Second Vatican Council, but actually, after probably participating in the Second Vatican Council and apparently even being witness to some satanic activities that led to a black mass inside the Vatican,
Wow.
he said, okay, I'm leaving. And he went on the other side of the pond to live here in the United States of America, where he became also a very known exorcist. And unfortunately, though, in the last day of his life, he was fighting a case of exorcism that was pretty difficult. And then suddenly, and he died when he went back home, something happened that is still to this day not fully explained. The strange thing is that in 1999, that was the year in which the Vatican also decided to reform the rite of exorcism. And that is what happened with then Father Amor saying, we don't want, basically a gun with no bullets. You're giving us a way of fighting the devil which is not working. We need to go back to the old traditional way. In fact, he was able to impose on his exorcist the use of the traditional Roman ritual.
Now, usually the exorcism are performed by someone that wants them. Do priests that are trained in the exorcisms, if they know someone is possessed, can they do a ritual against someone that is possessed without them being aware of it? Is that something that's done?
There has been cases in which you can deliver prayers, but those are minor exorcisms. If you are talking about a full-on case of possession, there will not be that kind of approach because it will be obvious to everybody that the person is possessed, and so it needs to be exorcised. Now, we could, of course, force an exorcism on a person who is evidently possessed and out of his mind. In the case when I, for example, delivered that exorcism to that African guy who was literally from Africa and didn't know how to talk Italian, didn't know how to talk, hardly knew how to talk English. But I had to deliver it, of course, in a language also that was close to him. So English, in that case, I did it half in English, half in Latin. So it was a pretty serious affair. It wasn't and that is, of course, an experience which I still held, inside me. Because then there is other forms of exorcism, minor exorcism, or at least exorcism that are not so. There was this guy who was a member of the Supreme Council of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Italy, of Piazza del Gesù. who called me and said, Leo, since I joined the Supreme Council, he was the archivist of the Grand Orient of Italy. And, we were chatting one day. He was giving me some of his publication stuff. And then he said, Leo, I have to tell you that I'm dying of a brain tumor. Since I joined the Supreme Council, I started to be affected more and more physically. And now I've been detected with a brain tumor. So I don't have much left. I would like you and an exorcist to come to my home and deliver me from this evil, because definitely he said there must be somebody within the Supreme Council which has affected me with this evil. So I called my friend Fortunato Luciano Chandra, who is an official recognized Knight of the Vatican, Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, Knight of St. Sylvester Pope. I mean, he's like very high up in all these knighthood orders, and he knows the rituals by heart. I mean, I went there with my little booklet, reading in Latin the thing. He knew it by heart. So for me, it was kind of very impressive to see an exorcist like him, because I tell you, often even the Catholic priest that I saw read on the books, they don't know it by heart. This guy knew the Latin ritual by heart. It was amazing. In any case, we conduct the whole ritual, and it was very touching. It was done in a very beautiful way. There wasn't, like in the case of that African guy, he was like lifting off bed, and it was and demonic. It was completely demonic.
Incredible.
In this case, no. It was simply a guy who wanted to cleanse himself from this demonic element. Now, you have also, I've witnessed in the Jewish ghetto in Rome, Jewish exorcism. Jewish exorcisms are also different. They have developed complex ways for, of course, getting rid of evil spirits. The interesting element in the Jewish exorcism is that they exercise what they call the D-book, which is basically, in their concept, we are talking here not about a fallen angel, but rather a malicious possessing spirit. That is their concept of a demon that can possess you in the majority of cases. So where you have the jinn, the ifrit in the Islamic tradition, which can be deemed as simply fallen angels, because in fact they are parallel. It's with the Jewish tradition is a little bit different. Though we have, for example, I think in the New Testament, the devil is referred 52 times. In the Old Testament, we have a number of demons, including Baal, which have a very relevant anti-God role. Baal is the one, which like Moloch, it's like basically Moloch. The two are interchangeable and more or less parallel. And of course, people sacrifice children to guarantee themselves fertility rights during these fertility rights. However, Baal appeared also in the Epstein files, not linked to anything demonic, but apparently to a bank account, which was... But still, if we go back to what I said earlier, the devil is really the guy who is in charge of the money. So, maybe Baal had something to do with it. Now, some people said there was a misunderstanding of sorts, but clearly the name Baal appears in this email that was released with the Epstein files. And Baal became the protagonist of Iran's anniversary of the Iranian Revolution, because they built this big Baal effigy and burned it with the flag of Israel and America, and they accused the Western world, of course, of doing a war against them on behalf of the devil and Jeffrey Epstein, who was a worshipper of Baal. Now, if we have to be honest, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was a worshipper of Baal because he was a pedophile, and what he was doing was monstrous, and we don't know still the entirety of it. I mean, we are still searching for bodies in Zorro Ranch, and who knows if they're gonna let us find them. But in any case, during the February 2026 rallies that marked the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, and we were, about to start then this war, which unfortunately is ongoing, they were referring very clearly to Baal, and they adorned Baal with symbols of Israel, photos of Trump, and of course they chanted death to Israel. Now, Iran is a very particular place because Iran apparently has fought Satanism in the last few years. Imagine that there was in 2024, Iran arrested 250 people for Satanism. The satanic network that was caught with symbols of Satan and all the rest within Iran. They were arrested, they even confiscated their cars, they confiscated everything, but apparently it was a big deal, and it came out, the Iranian police announced it, that they arrested 146 men and 115 women who were in an undesirable and obscene condition with emblems, signs, and symbols of Satanism. This is, like I said, in Iran. At the same time, Iran has been claiming, even their official state media, that, of course, there is in act what they define as Zionist sorcery. Now, if we go back to my latest book on Jeffrey Epstein, as you know, I explain the various branches of Zionism, the relationship ultimately with the Sabbatean Frankists, and the Sabbatean Frankists are now being increasingly discussed in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm glad that I was the first one to write this book to expose such connection, because it's a very important connection. Official commentary about what they defined as the work of occult sciences that was moved by the Zionists. So we're talking about people who are very into that kind of thing. The Mer news agency reported at one point in, I think at the beginning of this month, that the confrontation with Israel, and so with America, extends beyond military, cyber, and diplomatic and cognitive fronts. And that's why they called it, again, a war of occult sciences. And the rhetoric that they are pushing is that the enemy is not simply human, but that these are humans who are mixed with genies. Now, what does that mean for the ordinary folk who has never heard about genies, who have never heard about Islamic beliefs, and so it's a bit confusing. Now, the jinn it's a very particular thing, because a little bit like the angels, you have the angels who are fallen and the one who are not fallen. In the case of the Quran, there is jinns who actually converted to Islam. And in fact, if you go to Mecca, there is actually a entire there is an entire area dedicated to the jinn. And you are forbidden to enter this area. So it's kind of rather interesting that they actually claim that this area is this mosque dedicated to the jinn can't be, frequented by humans. And I know of a human who actually attempted to go and pray there. And I tell you, by their own personal witness to what happened, after a few minutes of them, bowing down and doing the prayers, an invisible force patted them like this on the shoulder.
Wow.
And then told them, this is not place for human. Go back to your mosque. This is like our own mosque. So then you have, of course, the genies and the ifrit who are demonic, who are satanic, who are tempting, who are working for Shaitan. Not Satan, but Shaitan is Satan. Huh? And so the fact that they describe Iran's enemies as both jinn and human is because at one point it came out many years ago. I'm talking about 2006, 20 years ago, actually. When I started my Illuminati confession, this news came in that the leader of this important Islamic group, which actually resides here in Pennsylvania, Fethullah Gulen, who works for the CIA, and in fact is protected by the CIA, even after their own, because he has an immense and powerful Turkish cult operating worldwide of Sunni Muslims. And he's part of the chain of 40, of the golden chain. It's a whole thing, descendants of the prophet, and blah, blah, blah. In any case, this guy said that the CIA was working with the jinn. He actually stated that officially during, one of his public talks. And because his public talks were being recorded, and so this became an official statement. But it's no wonder. I mean, when you had in the American military people with like Michael Aquino, the former head of the Temple of Set, is no longer with us. But I mean, that gives you an idea. I mean, he was in charge of mind wars. So if you have the genies you add the genies into the equation, it's just like part of the whole thing. No? Now, in regards to this multidimensional struggle it's like in Iran, the Mer website, I mean, we're talking about Islamic Republic official messaging from the website, is claiming evidence of a supernatural warfare with America. They also they called a multidimensional struggle against Israel, alongside the cyber, diplomatic, and psychological fronts. And Khamenei's site, the late Khamenei site, even expanded on the team, because there was this Ayatollah Hamad Abedi who said, the Jews, and in particular the Zionists, pursue metaphysical matters extensively, and asserted that Mossad engages in such practices as well. Wow. So, on the contrary of what we are obviously seeing from the mainstream news, parallel to our own view of the war, which is materialistic, now we are expecting maybe boots on the ground, Marines going this, blah, blah, blah. Then you have parallel to all this, a metaphysical war. And it's not really discussed by our own media, but it's discussed by Israeli media and by Iran media. It's pretty fascinating if you think about it.
Definitely.
And there is actually, let me see if I can. I don't have because it's in Farsi, it's not in English language. But there is definitely also articles on the Jerusalem Post that we can cite. Let me share one with you, for example, just to show you. Iran official claim Israel used the occult and supernatural spirits during 12-day war. This is the Jerusalem Post. And they're talking about Abdullah Ganji, former editor of REG-linked newspaper Javan, that has 150,000 followers. And they talk about, this is an article from July, and they talk about a senior Iranian official claims that Israel deployed the occult and supernatural spirits during their war with Iran. This is an old article. Now I'm going to show you a more latest one, if I find it. Always from the Jerusalem Post.
Do you believe that, or is that disinformation?
No. In the Middle East, this stuff, it's taken very seriously. It's no joke. I mean, we here in the West are gonna, have a more pragmatic attitude. But let me show you here this article that just came out, I think, a few days ago. Iran revives its Zionist sorcery claims in propaganda against it. Now, they claim it's propaganda also, no? Watch. This is an article from March 19th, so pretty recent, 10 days ago.
Wow. Look at that.
So there is a parallel war going on that is not really, and I think that today in our show, we were able to at least touch on this, because most people don't really want to discuss these topics.
Yeah, but I think with your direct experience, that really was very enlightening. I never talked to anybody with direct experience.
I had direct experience even with Iranians, Turks. I mean, the Middle East is for me. I personally, I find the Middle East a great place to hang out. But, I mean, maybe because of my ancestry, maybe because I'm from south of Italy and we used to be an emirate, the Sicily. But I find it like a place where certain things, especially the metaphysical world, the fight against evil is taken much more seriously than here in the Western world, especially in America. America that was described even by Aleister Crowley as a spiritual desert. It's very difficult here in America to explain certain things, because you have been there in the Middle East. You know that believing God is a very serious thing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't offend God in those countries.
So on the metaphysical realm, I think a lot of people have awakened. Let's get your thoughts on this. The adrenochrome, Hollywood really into adrenochrome and, very high level. There's, that movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Johnny Depp. And
yeah. When at one point he comes up with the chrono.
What is this group called? The Hollywood Vampires. So it's a lot of that seems like it's in our face, but people don't, like you're talking about. We're here in America, it's just like a spiritual desert. People just don't accept that that's probably real.
Yeah, they don't accept that it's probably real. But now we have this incredible increase of evil, which is facing even the Vatican. And they have actually said that there has been an enormous increase in the request for exorcism. So because the exorcism, like I explained, they have to be highly specialized. Here in America, up until 6 years ago, you didn't have many. You could actually not count them on two hands, but you might have had only a few in the whole of America. Now, apparently, there is been a rise in actually presence of even exorcists in the dioceses, And there are hundreds now of exorcists already, and they want more.
Yeah,
Because
wow.
it's so, okay, this demonstrates that yes, the facade is the facade of a spiritual desert, but at the same time, it seems like this demonic problem is really affecting people and affecting them to a point that they are requesting their bishops to intervene and to have on duty exorcists basically on call 24/7. This is what they are requiring the Pope to give them.
Mm.
It's not just there's been like a 600% increase in the numbers of exorcisms.
Do you think there's more demons now, or do you think that that the demons are just getting flushed off one person and going to somebody else, or what do you
I
think?
don't think like Chad Ripperger said, like Father Chad Ripperger said, who is himself a great exorcist. I know that he's a wealth of knowledge, also theologically speaking, so I have a lot of respect for him. It's not really about more demons. It's about how the demons reach you, how they are able to reach you in a much more easy way thanks to the internet. If, for example, I don't know, you have a youngster who wants to simply wander around and find a group of Satanists who want to maybe spend the weekend sacrificing a black cat. I'm not here making up this, of course. I'm not saying it's, but maybe sometimes they can even sacrifice something else, which is much worse. There has been cases in which they push themselves, and of course, at that point, they get to human sacrifice. But in any case, it's more easy to connect. In fact, that's the reason why the International Association of Exorcists this year is focusing so much on the artificial intelligence also. Because artificial intelligence apparently has been able to help pedophile Satanists in particular by even like they make videos using the AI in which children are exposed to these shocking satanic rituals. Of course, it's fiction, but it is a diabolical fiction. Apparently, this year, what they will be discussing in May in Rome is the fact that the AI is providing also a new way to cover up their activities. So, and they also, there is another thing that this year they want to discuss also in relation to the AI, the Order of the Nine Angles. I don't know if you ever heard of them. Mm-hmm. I've discussed them in my books. I discussed them in particular in volume 5 of my Confessions. They are particularly active in the deep web, so you can't really find them on, just by Googling, because they do illegal activities. They've been infiltrating the American military. You can go and check if you Google now, you can check articles on BBC and other things about Order of the Nine Angles. And maybe we can find something to show to our audience. Because this Order of the Nine Angles is really into human sacrifice. And what they do, they use encrypting messaging services and whatnot to communicate. And because of the extensive use of the deep web, they seem to be impossible to detect. They have done some really evil things, right? And still nobody really knows who is heading them, or because they are really hiding very well. And you see, there is a lot of material on them if you actually go and search for it. And they are also connected to Nazi groups, which is also a way, if you want to detect them, they are very active apparently in the right wing. They were founded in the UK in the 70s. They are known with the acronym ONA. But in volume 5 of my Confessions, I actually show their inner teachings. And they are, I mean, it's not some kind of, how you say, make-or-believe group. They actually pick up from very ancient practices. You see, US soldiers, Ethan Melzer, accused of planning attack on unit, also with the Order of the Nine Angles. So here we are talking about sectarian activities which are becoming actually very dangerous. It's not, and there was the case, I don't remember now the name. There was a case that was pretty, let me see if I find it, which was pretty, in which they picked up, here, I have it. Let me show it to you, share it on the screen. It's a past article from my website. The FBI issued a warning against the Satanist extortion cult targeting children online, which is the Order of the Nine Angles. This is a photo. Wow. Federal Bureau of Investigation issued an official warning on September 12, 2023, stating that a newly discovered pedophilic Satanist extortion cult is targeting children online. The FBI said in the recent public notice that the cult also uses a variety of internet platforms to find new victims, including Roblox, Discord, Twitch, SoundCloud, and Telegram. And also takes on many names, including 676, 764, and all these code names. So it's very difficult. It's a typical camouflage technique. And then you have, of course, a citation from my volume 5. And so, I mean, this is a real problem because apparently the Vatican is going to be discussing this Order of the Nine Angles in the context of exorcism. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we are talking here about real evil. I mean, not a joke. I mean, it's a perverse ideology. They arrested in New York in November 2021 a 23-year-old who was part of this Order of the Nine Angles, who was found basically, I mean, these people are violent. I mean, they are preparing themselves to sacrifice whomever to Satan. They actually from what I understood, they even use old grimoires, like there is this old grimoire dedicated to the Red Dragon, Dragon Rouge, and it's basically a grimoire in which you have to do a human sacrifice in order to achieve something from Satan, no? Mm. And so there was actually this, I mean, they target minors also. That is the big problem here. And there is a lot of investigations that are still currently happening also, of course, at a criminal level. Then you have, of course, the Vatican wanting to bring in the exorcists because there is people that need to be exorcised from all this evil. I'm not saying that it's only a problem with Order of the Nine Angles. You can have also seemingly innocent New Age groups that tell you, oh, we are into crystals, we're into this, we're into that, but then they actually open themselves to these demonic forces.
Yeah. So I used to do one-on-ones with people, and I worked with this one guy, and he was of the belief that he was a fallen angel and that he had converted through Archangel Michael to the good side. Have you ever encountered anything like that?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, very recently, I was sent a photo of a guy who in Italy was participating to a sectarian, to to a ritual in a temple of this sect who claimed to be in contact with the Archangel Michael and all that. But in reality, it was obviously another cult. It was a satanic cult. Even if they claim the contrary, because I mean, when you put yourself with the image of Archangel Michael, you are of course putting yourself with the defender of the faith, which is used by all the exorcists to crush the devil, to crush the dragon. You know, this is not a name that is just brought up like this. To actually use it in that context. So, where did you hear about it?
So it was. I used to do one-on-one counseling with people, and this gentleman was like, I was a fallen angel, and I used to do this. I've had many lives doing this and that, but I have converted, and there's many of us fallen angels now that are converting, and we're connected with Archangel Michael now. That was the story.
How can they connect with Archangel Michael if they are fallen angels? In a way, if you think about it, it's already a paradox, because fallen angels should connect with Lucifer, should connect with Satan, should connect with Beelzebub, should connect with Leviathan, should connect with Baal, should connect with demons who are fallen, not in the heavens defending the faith. It doesn't make any sense. So if you think about it, their whole theological asset is wrong. Eschatologically, they are very confused. It's a little bit like Peter Thiel. He went to Rome, and I wrote an article about it, because he went to Rome to do these lectures on the Antichrist, close to the Vatican. However, his whole eschatological interpretation of the Antichrist is completely erroneous, because he is actually stating that the AI and robotics will defend us from the Antichrist. Rather than being part of the problem, he claims to be part of the solution. And like Alexander Dugin said, it's a completely erroneous interpretation. Because it's like saying Cyber Satan is good, let's embrace Cyber Satan. And Peter Thiel, unfortunately, is part of the problem. I explain in my book his connection with Epstein, and now his connection with Epstein, after the latest files came out, was even more clear in relation even to the possibility of starting together a secret society and so on. Peter Thiel is from Frankfurt. He's not a Jewish person, but he is from a family of Christians connected to the Sabbatean Frankists who historically were present in Frankfurt. In my book, I explained that Jacob Frank created in Offenbach, which is in the outskirts there in Frankfurt, in the metropolitan area of Frankfurt, a court. He was given a castle in which he then molded and crafted the future of the banking cartel, including the Rothschild, the Schiffs, and all the rest. So Peter Thiel is very dangerous, and that is a big problem also for somebody like J.D. Vance, who claims to be so righteous and so Christian. I don't understand this guy. I mean, how can you associate with somebody who is absolutely the opposite of anything you are, publicly you're stating that even the UFOs and the aliens are all demons, but then after you hang out with Peter Thiel, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. It's just like a little bit confusing.
Yeah, definitely. So, Statue of Liberty, the bringer of light, and of course, Statue of Liberty is chained, like the fallen angels are supposedly chained. What are your thoughts of Statue of Liberty? Is that Lucifer, or?
Statue of Liberty was donated by the French Freemasons.
Right.
Now, there was a very close relationship, especially between Benjamin Franklin, who, as you know, was a diplomat for a time in France and who was trying to promote the cause of an independent United States of America. I mean, Benjamin Franklin is regarded as one of the fathers of our great nation. Mm-hmm. We even have him portrayed on one of our banknotes. So even if he was never a president. But Benjamin Franklin was connected with the occult. Benjamin Franklin was connected with the occult. Benjamin Franklin was connected with a lodge, the Lodge de Neuf Sources, which itself in France at that time was very much connected also with people who, he was very close to, for example, Count Cagliostro, who himself in his lodges was trying to evoke the seven angels through scrying and through the use of little children and virgins that will eventually become the mediums of these spirits. So the donation that was later given of this Statue of Liberty, it's obviously controversial because it's a donation from those forces that in a way were fighting the monarchies and the church to establish something independent. The final product, though, it's a great republic on which we stand, which we are very proud of and we want to protect. But Benjamin Franklin, like also somebody in the chat is stating, was also in the Hellfire Clubs, which themselves were pretty much, talking about Jeffrey Epstein, let's talk about the Hellfire Clubs. These things have been going on for hundreds of years.
Right.
So it seems like at one point when they went into the old apartment of Benjamin Franklin, was it in London or stuff? They dig out a few bodies. So it's there is definitely something with these connections which is not too good. So the Statue of Liberty will probably have a lot of occult significance for these Masons who obviously gave it. But at the same time, for us, the symbolism of it is, for me, always of. When I went there in 1982, it was my first time in the United States of America. I went up at this 151-foot statue. It was still possible to walk. I don't know if you ever went there up all the way up, walking in this ladder that goes around.
Oh yeah.
And then you get all the way up, and at the time you could actually go all the way into the thing. It was pretty scary because it was an old statue made of material. It wasn't a modern thing. So I thought it was a little bit precarious. In fact, after that, I remember they closed it, and I think they worked on it for a few years. And I don't think you are allowed anymore to go all the way into the. But definitely the symbolism and everything, represents the libertas, the goddess of freedom. And I think that for me, that is more important than any other occult connections that might be ascribed to it.
Yeah, that Ole Demogorgon, he basically pointed out that it was Lucifer. It's like, it looks, you go with the Rothschilds, they have that statue of Lucifer. It looks very similar. It's got a strong jawline. The boobies are very, like Lucifer, I guess, is, trans. So,
there is a Masonic legacy. It's an American landmark, but actually it's 305 feet tall, the whole thing. So it's pretty taller than what I stated. But it is definitely symbolic of, I think, the alliance with French Freemasonry. And in fact, the guy involved into the donation, it belonged to the Lodge Alsace-Lorraine in Paris. So it was actually an official Masonic donation to the United States of America. It wasn't just like, an object.
Right.
There was something a little bit deeper in it. I mean, the idea that they commissioned this great gift and this whole thing for the century of the Declaration of Independence. I think it was very important for the French, because in a way the French had helped the American independence against the British, and so in a way they were reiterating that support. And it was, by the way, very interesting the fact that in the exact period in which the Statue of Liberty was donated by the French Freemasons in the 1870s, the actual French Freemason, the Grand Orient of France, was breaking from the United Lodge of England. They were actually going their own way by no longer recognizing in the regularity of Freemason, you have to have God, and you have to have a volume of the sacred law, which is either the Bible or another holy book. From that moment onwards, they shifted towards a more agnostic version of Freemasonry, without the obligation of, you were not subject to believe in God any longer. When you enter a French Masonic lodge, it broke Freemasonry into two distant traditions that still exist to this day: the continental Freemasonry, which is connected to the Grand Orient of France, and instead the regular Freemasonry, which is traditionally connected to the United Grand Lodge of England, which still requires the belief in God in their lodges. So it's rather interesting that in that period of time, this gift was given to the United States of America. But the interpretation of it as something satanic, that I prefer to stay with my more traditional symbolism of it, because I think it's a great symbol for the United States of America.
Yeah. So change the subject a little bit again. You talked about the relic that you have of Father Padre Pio.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So he was a great guy. Now I have Tracy and I have a friend that is super psychic, and she channeled Padre Pio, not necessarily channeled him, but actually, had these visitations and conversations with him. And Padre Pio, she said that Padre Pio was the reincarnation of Pontius Pilate.
I think that's quite an interesting connection that Pontius Pilate. No, I can tell you one interesting story about this relic which I received, a piece of the bandage of Padre Pio, which, by the way, I have in the other room. Christy, let's see. Can you give me the Padre Pio thing?
Oh, so cool.
The Padre Pio thing. I'm going to show it to you, because this is an official relic which is actually signed by the head of the Franciscan friars to be used only for exorcism. So here it is. That actually is kept in a. This is the relic. So here you have the officiality of it. Which is basically Beato, you see, it says the name Beati Pia Petrocina, because at the time he was not yet a saint, he was a Beato, with the signing of the head of the friars, that this is a genuine piece. And then inside you have this, which is a piece of the actual bandage word on his stigmata.
Wow.
And it's kept in a seeing a thing here.
Beautiful.
Then you have, of course, also the medal that was given.
Oh, beautiful.
And this was given by, to me, the brother of his grandfather was the doctor of Padre Pio. And so he was left with a bunch of these bandages. And then the Vatican, when they nominated him first Beato and then Saint, of course, reclaimed and then put together like this, because, of course, this is a weapon in the hands of an exorcist against Satan. It's an official weapon. So it's kept in a certain way, let's say. I hope that today we gave your audience some extra.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Some extra.
Thanks so much. Yeah, it's great chatting in the audience with good information. Wow. Like I said, I've never met anybody that actually has done or has had exorcism done on them. So that's
I think that it's very important in this day and age that we are living here in the proximity of probably the arrival of the final Antichrist, and with the rise of Satanism, which is now being acknowledged also by the Vatican. And it's an important acknowledgement, because I remember that 5 years ago, I wrote on my website that there would be an increase in cases of possession, and the Vatican instead dismissed me by saying, "Oh, there is less cases now." I said, "Wait and see. Just leave your children alone in front of the computer for a couple of years, and let's see what happens." And I was completely right, unfortunately. And now the need for these exorcists to go and do their job. While we have to separate here, the Vatican, which is made of administrative power, of Masonic power, of worshipping of money and power, which is prevalent amongst the cardinals, with the people like Father Chad Ripperger, who himself acknowledged that there is Satanism in the Vatican, or Father Amor, who even confirmed to people I know that there is Satanists who practice Satanism in the Vatican. So we are at a turning point in our history where we really need to be aware that this evil is spreading, especially for the younger generation. So thank you so much for having dedicated today's show to this very important topic. God bless you all, and we will hopefully see each other soon. Check out my website, leozagami.com, for my latest articles. And of course, you will find also the links to my latest books. Take care, guys.
Take care. Thank you.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. White House signals golden age has begun. Trump releases gold asset-backed global quantum financial system, giving stolen taxpayer monies back to the people. Trump releases worldwide Operation Holy Fire, changes maritime law to constitutional common law, giving freedom back to the people. Expect worldwide blackouts, mass arrests of pedophile treasonous global elites. Stock up on food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days of possible lockdown. Judy note, I think it was the final blow for Trump. His anti-fraud task force had found $233 billion to $521 billion of federal funds had been siphoned from Medicaid, SNAP, and child care federal aid over the last 6 years. This government fraud was going on all over the country, in mainly Democrat states. In Minnesota alone, the money was laundered to individuals to buy luxury homes, cars, properties, and even luxury resorts in faraway places like Kenya, Nairobi, and Turkey. And the Biden administration had ordered the states not to investigate. So, at 0200 hours on Saturday, March 28, 2026, from the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, President Trump gave an order to the U.S. Army to unleash Operation Holy Fire protocol worldwide. In this historic moment, President Trump stood shoulder to shoulder with the returning JFK Jr., alongside loyal allies as the old guard's empire of lies collapses. At that point on Saturday, March 28th, the White House in Washington, D.C. lit up in yellow, glowing under a triumphant sunrise, indicating that the golden age had begun. The American flags proudly as the emergency broadcast system prepares to deliver the truth in the state has hidden for decades. On Saturday, thousands were convulsing in the streets of D.C., New York, and L.A. as black entities exploded into ash under military spotlights. The U.S. Army was now fully occupying Wall Street trading floors, Hollywood studios, and remaining Capitol tunnel entrances. Every TV, radio, and internet worldwide will simultaneously receive the same message in 77 different languages. At the same time, 7 trumpets will sound announcing that the world was under temporary martial law. For 72 hours, everyone will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. The real history of the last 100 years, and information on all corruption in government, banking, and military. The comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations, providing full disclosure of recent developments, the stolen technology, the financial system that enslaved you, and the crimes committed against humanity by those who claimed to protect it. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. According to 107, on Wednesday, April 1st, the Nassar-Jassar laws would fully activate across 209 nations, wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. The deep state is in total panic, knowing their depopulation agenda has been exposed and defeated forever by President Trump. Global currency reset. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Friday, March 27th, 2026, full QFS activation and a 48-hour blackout rolling for Jassara wealth distribution across 209 nations. Banks fully integrated into the gold-backed quantum financial system. Trump's sovereign treasury took control as the Federal Reserve collapsed under its own corruption. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales taxes. The cabal's financial stranglehold shatters completely. Patriots were urged to stock food, water, and cash as banks go dark for up to 10 days. On Sunday, March 29th, banks complete final integration into the gold-backed quantum financial system as the Federal Reserve collapses. Trump's sovereign treasury enforces no income taxes, only tariffs plus a flat 14% sales tax. SCOTUS blocks shatter. Deep state strongholds melt, while Starlink prepares the EBS. On Wednesday, April 1st, Nassar-Jassara laws activate, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Redemption centers open as Zim and currency exchanges flood humanitarian projects. Global Financial System, Saturday, March 28, 2026. As of today, SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, says that all messages about financial payments must only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format works with a number of payment and settlement methods such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This has an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Guru Information and Intel, Saturday, March 28th. William Gregg, First Day, Vancouver, British Columbia. Look for Greg First Day on Facebook. I believe on April 1st, 2026, we will see truth, justice, freedom, sovereignty, and a return to common law. President Trump returned to office in 2025 but never left. He was 46 all along. The Global Military Alliance has been making arrests since 2017. They number between 7 and 8 million. They report having used over 200,000 actors from essential casting or clones. On May 31st, 2024, U.S. military jets did the letter Q over my apartment in South Vancouver. Back in 2020, I was sent a picture of President Trump shaking JFK's hand. JFK was in his full dress Marine uniform. Another trusted person told me there was a recent picture of Marilyn Monroe. Pastor Bob Joyce is Elvis, and there were pictures of Michael Jackson. I was told around 900 people have been in protective custody of the White Hats since the early 1960s. And just a side note, I think they call it Valhalla. I've heard the term when referring to protective custody before, Valhalla. And there is an actual place called Valhalla in Australia, but I'm not positive. JFK 35, Q, President Trump, Q plus 45, 46, 47 with JFK Jr. VP equals a wartime president under the rules of war and continuity of government. After the USA 2020 election fraud, the U.S. military did a 45-day investigation and found that at 8 p.m., when the counting stopped, President Trump had already won re-election. He was sworn back into office in March 2021. Smartmatic voting machines controlled by outside computers changed the counted votes. Trump votes disappeared in real time. Trump votes counted as 0.75 votes equals Biden votes 1.25 votes. From January 20th, 2021 to January 2022 equals this 1 year delta under U.S. military law was an act of war against America to remove a sitting president from office. The leaders were the Chinese Communist Party, the Crown of England, and Vatican City. The 135 plus million real votes, watermarks in the paper, barcode in the top right-hand corner, and each real ballot had a unique microchip implanted so that the Space Force military satellites could identify each ballot and its location. Many were found in the garbage. Joe Biden had 16% of the real votes. At the election polls, there were boxes of mail-in ballots brought through back doors. Scrutiners were not allowed a close look at the counting. Hidden cameras showed the same ballots run over and over through the counters. Saturday, March 28, 2026, the Clintons had control of all the contracts in Haiti. If you wanted to get a piece of the $14 billion in relief funds, you had to go through them. They also had control of their elections, and guess what company they used to perform successful elections? According to the unclassified email, Smartmatic. Bill Clinton also used a middleman to be involved in other countries' elections because he could not publicly be seen or known to be engaging in any elections out in the open. This is yet another connection, part of the history of the global election fraud cartel. The Schiff on Telegram. Government fraud. Saturday, March 28, 2026, the money flown out of the Minneapolis airport by fraudsters has been tracked and used to purchase, Project Donut on Telegram, resorts in Kenya, apartment buildings in Nairobi, properties in Turkey, luxury homes, luxury cars, $790 million American tax dollars flown from Minnesota and sent overseas.
Explosive. President Trump unleashes massive anti-fraud task force to reclaim billions stolen from American taxpayers through Medicaid, SNAP, and childcare scams, deep state networks, cartels. President Donald J. Trump has launched a massive anti-fraud task force aimed at dismantling the corrupt web of fraud that has siphoned billions from vital programs like Medicaid, SNAP, and child care subsidies. Chaired by Vice President J.D. Vance directly from the White House, this task force is striking at the heart of the globalist machinery that has been bleeding American taxpayers dry for years. This explosive initiative, formalized by executive order on March 16, 2026, coordinates multiple agencies to hunt down multi-state fraud networks deeply embedded in democratic strongholds such as California, Minnesota, New York, Illinois, and beyond. These operations have uncovered shocking links to cartel money laundering and human trafficking rings, revealing how taxpayer funds have been funneled to support the very criminals destroying our borders and communities. In Minnesota, federal prosecutors have blown the lid off an organized ring involving Somali-linked operators and phony nonprofits that stole hundreds of millions in childcare funding, ghost providers, false claims and proceeds funneled into luxury assets, and even overseas terror channels. This is the deep state in action, preying on the most vulnerable, while American families suffer. Remember the Feeding Our Future scandal that diverted nearly $250 million meant for needy children through fake meal sites, ranging from $233 billion to $521 billion. President Trump and his team are using AI tools and cross-agency data to trace every dollar, purge ghost recipients, and seize assets from these traitorous operations. Upcoming raids on luxury nonprofit headquarters in major cities promise to expose the elite protectors who have shielded these criminals. This is more than just fraud recovery. It is a direct assault on the globalist agenda that has weaponized welfare programs to create dependency, fund political loyalty, and facilitate human trafficking under the guise of compassion. By linking these frauds to cartel activities and trafficking, the task force is shining a light on how the deep state has sold out American sovereignty for power and profit. Patriots, the storm is building. With Stephen Miller as senior advisor in coordination with the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition, including military strikes against narco-terrorists, the White Hats are in full control. Recovered funds will bolster border security, reduce debt, and restore resources to true American citizens. Trump is delivering on his promises, and the day of reckoning for these fraudsters and their high-level enablers has arrived. The reclamation of our nation is underway, and nothing can stop what is coming.
July 29th, 2025, Byington Bombshell Report, Trump's Global Military Alliance Purging Deep State Elites. 2,900 plus elite executions confirmed. Global Military Alliance raids across 71 nations and 14 oceanic zones have shattered the globalist infrastructure. 2,900 plus elite level executions have been confirmed. Gitmo has been expanded to black sites in Alaska, Diego Garcia, Greenland, Iceland, and Svalbard, which were now processing non-stop interrogations and takedowns. Monday, July 28th, Byington Bombshell Report, Trump orders pedophile Obama arrested. So, speaking about UFO disclosure, this is a clip from the latest wartime analysis panel that John Michael Chambers does. I think he does it every 2 weeks. And this is Lieutenant Colonel Lennox. He's talking about the portals that are in Iran and all of the ancient alien artifacts. And that could be part of the disclosure or lead us into a lot of what might come as far as the final events of this global war. So here is Lieutenant Colonel Lennox.
Same question to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox. Straits of Hormuz, you want to break that down? And I guess we won't be asking when this operation will end. What a foolish question that is. And you won't get the answer, whether we know it or not. But anyway, take it on, sir, if you will, please.
Well, there's some interesting things about the Middle East. And I was reading a book today, written some time back, and it seems there are a large number of portals in the Middle East. And one of the things the Khazarians are looking for is to get to their portals so they can escape the United States and the world, And Iran has a number of portals, which goes outside of our normal discussion, but it goes to the idea that it's not just about here, it's about out there. The other thing is, because of the Khazarians, and we look at the city of London, the Rothschilds are in fact Khazarians. And they have controlled the finances for a large part of the world for hundreds of years. And closing them down in London, I saw something yesterday or day before, is that when you close down the Rothschilds in Iran, you're going to also close down the Rothschilds in Israel, which is the number one trafficker of humans in the world. And so when we start to look at what we're doing in Iran, we're really getting ready to close down Israel as well. The Strait of Hormuz is interesting because if we say it's 20% of the world's oil that moves across there, and then we look at what Trump has done in the United States, which has reopened our leadership as the largest oil producer in the world, China and Japan will be coming to the United States to buy all their oil. They see your smile. And because we control Venezuela, which is also a very, very large producer of oil, China will also go to Venezuela, but they'll be going through the United States to get it. So when we look at that concept, and then we start to look at the question that Ricardo asked about all of the artifacts. There are artifacts in Iran and in other places in the Middle East that those people who like to go dig for them have been forbidden to go dig for, because they reveal a lot about the ancient history of the world, the earth. I think that's enough.
Thank you very much. Wow. You know, it's interesting. Just a quick comment to our viewers. My line of questioning thus far has not included the word London or Israel, but that's the names that keep coming up, does it not, when we discuss the operation? So that's very, very telling. And again, to Derek's point, you're hearing, but are you listening? Very, very good stuff. And I just quick comment on this. We won't go there today. The portals that you referred to, Lieutenant Colonel Lennox, and the galactic off-planet issues, the UFOs, the aliens, and all that. We're going to take that on a little deeper as our commander-in-chief and president starts to drip out those top secret files. Then we'll coattail along that, and we'll get into that. So come back and listen, because that day is coming.
Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. Signals return to pre-1913 prosperity and sovereignty. Please say a special prayer tonight for the native Hawaiians of Maui, who for years have suffered silently under U.S. Inc. Illuminati rule. Please always pray for the children. Quote from Albert Einstein: "Weak people revenge, strong people forgive, intelligent people ignore." Judy note: in the last few weeks, the devastating floods that hit the Hawaiian Islands, especially Lahaina, Maui, were believed man-made, just like the so-called wildfires that burned Lahaina, Maui to the ground August 2023. Native Hawaiians pointed out that during the 2 or so weeks of rain and floods, there were unusual V-shaped radar patterns offshore, showing the storms may have originated from ships. The 2023 Maui fires left over 5,000 Native Hawaiians homeless, with close to half still living on the beaches 2.5 years later, Little help has been received from the U.S. Inc. government. Lahaina had nowhere begun to rebuild because of countless red tape of the government that left it vulnerable for mudslides during these past weeks of floods. Why wasn't the U.S. Inc. government helping? Because their ultimate plan was to make Lahaina, the former capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii, a smart city where the U.S. Inc.'s cabal could completely control the population. March 27th situation update. Byington bombshell report. U.S. Treasury declares U.S. insolvent. Over $41 trillion in debt. Trump activates global currency reset before its news. Friday, March 27th. We the People News situation update featuring Restored Republic. The privately owned by the deep state Illuminati cabal, U.S. Inc. government is insolvent. Over $41 trillion in debt. That's the conclusion of the Treasury Department's own 2025 financial statements, released last week to near total media silence. The numbers, $6.06 trillion in total assets against $47.78 trillion in total liabilities as of September 30th, 2025. The private banker corporation has controlled U.S. taxpayer monies since 1913. It drove America into bankruptcy in 2008. Don't forget, this was on purpose because they had the Great Reset, the central bank digital currency system coming in, making the fiat U.S. dollar status official. The plan was to drive America's financial status into the ground so the people would accept a digital currency backed by nothing. Thus, the cabal would have complete control over everyone. They called it the Great Reset. Everything was going as planned for the cabal until along came the BRICS nations accompanied by Trump and the Q plan to save the world. That plan was about to unfold with a worldwide EBS. EBS worldwide activation imminent. Sometime in the next 2 days, every TV, radio, internet worldwide will simultaneously receive the same message in 77 different languages at the same time. 7 trumpets will sound announcing that the world was under temporary martial law. For 72 hours or 3 days, everyone will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. The real history of the last 100 years and information on all corruption in government, banking, and military. A global lockdown will commence and last 10 to 12 days. Everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. During those 5 hours, comprehensive documentaries will air across all nations or stations, providing full disclosure of recent developments, the stolen technology, the financial system that enslaved you, and the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins as you explain to those around you what has been going on. Global currency reset on February 20th, 2026. The U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Nasara Jasara funds set for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, notification to set appointments. The overwhelming majority of my bond people are telling me that they will be done between now and April 2nd. The overwhelming majority of my groups and banking contacts believe they will go between the 2nd of April and the 15th of April. I don't know the timing, but that is what they are being told. Mark Z on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. Tuesday, March 24th, Wolvie says the bondholders are receiving notifications. He hopes for Tier 4B notifications today or tomorrow. Payments will start Wednesday, April 1st. We were waiting for ISO 20022 to happen, and it has. And it is working very well, Wolvie says. It has been 100% successful. Lady at a bank called Wolvie, crying, saying that this is the news we've been waiting for. Wolvie cannot say more due to NDAs. In a few days, he will be fully under NDA and will be overseas. Forwarded from Ginger Doucette. Thursday, March 26th, Bruce, the big call. QFS has a node for cryptocurrency. The central banks around the world are buying up gold to back their currencies. 4 different sources say Tier 4B notification could happen on Friday the 27th or 28th of March, which is today. Tier 4B should get started with appointments before the end of the month. on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. Global Financial System, Friday, March 27th, 2026, bombshell announcement. Trump's dollar, signature, gold, and power for the American people. No more fiat, no more lies. Game over for the globalists. Friday, March 27th, 2026. Boom. 1913. Exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. Trump's signature on the dollar signals a return to pre-1913. Friday, March 27th. QFS destroys the central banking system. QFS halts the deep state in its tracks. Global currency reset. Trust the plan. Tier 4B martial law and telegram. The quantum financial system stands as the most decisive force ever introduced against the central banking debt machine, built to release everyday people from a cycle of financial control that has lasted for generations. What once seemed out of reach has been strategically prepared, a parallel monetary framework designed to replace hidden fiat dominance with transparent, asset-backed transactions. This is not speculation or wishful thinking. It is calculated reset aimed at restoring direct control of wealth back into the hands of the people. At its foundation, QFS operates through advanced quantum level verification that cannot be altered, securing every transaction with absolute integrity and traceability. Only currencies backed by real audited assets and supported by digital gold certificates are allowed to circulate within the system. This structure eliminates theft, blocks covert manipulation, and makes unauthorized financial activity impossible to conceal. The principle is clear: a financial system that cannot be quietly manipulated for personal or institutional gain. The legacy system relied on shadow accounting, untraceable flows, and complex shell structures that concealed misuse while penalizing transparency for decades. QFS runs in parallel, exposing inconsistencies in real time and enabling accountability on an unprecedented scale. Once illicit transactions are identified, those responsible can no longer shield themselves behind bureaucracy or delay tactics. The system itself becomes undeniable proof, forming the foundation for action, recovery, and enforcement. The era of invisible control is rapidly closing. This marks a turning point, a structural transformation intended to restore economic balance and human dignity. Implementation requires precision, validation, and time, but the objective is undeniable: to replace artificial scarcity with asset-backed stability, dismantle centralized control mechanisms, and create a pathway toward restitution and broad prosperity. The direction is intentional, and the outcome is rooted in fairness. Stay alert, demand transparency, and prepare for the transition from a system built on debt to one grounded in value. The Genius Act, Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act, passed in 2025, establishes the first comprehensive federal regulatory framework for U.S. payment stable coins. Effective by January 18, 2027, it mandates one-to-one reserves, strict AML KYC compliance, and limits issuance to authorized entities to enhance financial stability. Election fraud. Friday, March 27th, the election fraud that's occurring in the United States is not only a massive national security threat, it's happening in 100 plus countries around the world, including places like South Korea, Canada, Australia, Brazil, Ecuador, the Philippines, Republic of Congo, and many more. This needs to be investigated by military intelligence because of this global election fraud cartel's resources, capabilities, and players involved, which leads to a massive criminal conspiracy that can topple and take control of countries around the world and install whatever regimes that they choose. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Friday, March 27th, White House gave order not to enforce fraud allegations happening all over the country. Shocker! The reason they did not investigate any fraud is because they were all involved, stealing taxpayer dollars through front companies and NGOs, and plus getting kickbacks, I'm sure. This is money laundering 101. Government fraud. Friday, March 27th, Minnesota Representative Krista Knudsen says they just found out the state turned off tracking for money being sent overseas. They turned it on for 2 weeks, saw all the money leaving, and Democrats quickly shut off tracking to allow it to keep happening. Today in the fraud committee, the Department of Human Services testified that they have not been tracking the IP addresses of money that's being literally flown out of our state and where it's going. They did turn on that reporting for 2 weeks, and they found that yes, a lot of those IP addresses were tied to overseas computers. And then they quickly shut it off after just 2 weeks of seeing where this money's actually going. Every time we turn around, it's just more and more fraud scandals in our state. Wars, and rumors of wars. Thursday, March 27th, Fox News. Boom, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth just called out the media. These cameras have a choice. You either inform the American people of the truth or you're not here. Here is a fact you don't hear on the networks that we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we are destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack... Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Imminent. 7 trumpet EBS alerts to sound out on every phone across the planet, announcing temporary worldwide martial law, 10 days of communication darkness, internet shut down, ATMs, banks offline, phones, emergency calls only. Be prepared. Stock food, cash, essentials. President Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Judy note, be prepared. 7 trumpet EBS alerts will soon sound out on every phone on Earth, explaining that the world was now under temporary martial law and 10 days of communication darkness would soon begin. The trumpets would signal 10 days of communication darkness, where the internet would shut down, ATMs and banks would be offline, and phones would only be good for emergency calls. The military would give out apps that allowed cell phones to work via the new Starlink satellite system. Meanwhile, 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries would be broadcast telling the world what was going on, including the mass arrests by Trump's global military alliance of Satan-worshipping pedophile elites. Since the beginning of our global monetary system, these traitors have controlled and stolen our taxpayer monies. All economic and health systems of the world would be changed for the better. In the U.S., the IRS and Federal Reserve would be replaced by tariffs. Income tax was never legal, as the 16th Amendment was never ratified by Congress. For the world, a wealth tsunami was on its way, meaning the end of poverty and debt and the beginning of a new golden age. On February 20th, 2026, in a historic midnight session, the U.S. Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA 2026. This legislation formally delisted the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognized the new quantum financial system U.S. Treasury note gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic, signed by President Trump. The act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. The QFS Act became legal the end of February. By March 20th, 2026, French anti-corruption authorities had raided the Paris offices of the Edmond de Rothschild Bank in a development linked to Jeffrey Epstein's investigation. The Rothschild Bank dynasty was a central player in the satanic globalist cabal. Their vast financial empire has enabled control over governments, media, and secret operations. Right now, the U.S. Army had over 50,000 of those satanic globalist cabal traitors arrested and sitting in a convoy of trucks en route to air bases and eventually to Gitmo. Gitmo meant military tribunals for the globalists. On January 15, 2026, President Trump signed Executive Order 14189, reactivating military tribunal authority for civilian cases involving national security. No media coverage, no headlines, just silence. What does this mean in plain terms? Civilians can now be tried in military courts. Applicable crimes include treason, trafficking, and espionage. No jury trials, no plea deals, no decade-long appeals. This was military justice. Fast, direct, decisive, and according to the Q movement timeline, it's already in motion. We'll find out more with President Trump's big announcements scheduled for Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. The next day, on Wednesday, April 1st, we won't be told about the secretive global military alliance takeover of the global financial system from the Illuminati deep state cabal. Not everyone wanted the liberties that came with the new global financial system's global currency reset of 209 nations. Over last weekend, 3,000 violent No Kings protests referring to President Trump's policies were funded by 500 Marxist-leaning organizations that had $3 billion in annual revenue nationwide. However, they fell short, far short, of their expected millions of participants in the paid-for protest rallies across the nation. Fox News found satanic globalist cabal leaders George Soros and Naval Singham linked Marxist groups were not only involved, but organized and funded the No King protests. Their Marxist organization included the Party for Socialism and Liberation and People's Forum. The so-called protests were actually carefully framed psychological manipulation media optics, complete with actors and scripts that served powerful elites. They claimed to be anti-authoritarian while functioning as the political shield for the Democrat Party's corrupt agenda. They say they are for the people while being funded by billionaires who wanted the exact opposite of sovereignty and freedom, complete power over the people. Israel's Netanyahu was very much a part of that globalist agenda. He once said, "America's a golden calf and we will suck it dry, chop it up and sell it piece by piece until there's nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state that we will create and control." Netanyahu has played a major role in keeping Israel and the Jewish state in constant war with each other, all the while making money out of both sides of the war. Not only did he make sure Palestinians were tortured and killed under the false Zionism agenda, but as a deep state globalist, Netanyahu also made megabucks by running international. He funded Hamas by giving them $35 million a month via Qatar, using U.S. taxpayer dollars to keep Gaza under the control of Hamas and keep the West Bank under the control of the Fatah, with the goal of preventing them from ever being united. Netanyahu told investigators, "This is confidential and can't be leaked, okay? We have neighbors here, sworn enemies. I'm constantly passing them messages. I confuse them, mislead them, lie to them, and then hit them over their heads." This was why Trump and the Global Military Alliance has said Israel is last. It may seem that Trump and Netanyahu were working together to create war in Iran. In some sense they were, but with different agendas. While Netanyahu's goal remained the same, create endless war, Trump's goal was to create peace in the Middle East. Just as Trump had done in Venezuela, Iran, and Cuba, Netanyahu was next on Trump's menu to take a fall, the world's best-kept secret that the mainstream media has yet to investigate. And we have a link, 5 things to know about Trump's Board of Peace. And Board of Peace, Trump members, Gaza countries, and Charter, Britannica. Maybe that's because the media has long been paid off by globalists, including Netanyahu, using laundered U.S. taxpayer monies. A long-standing treasonous situation soon to be remedied by Trump and the BRICS nations. Global currency reset on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. EBS activation, Monday, March 31st. Worldwide blackout incoming. Trump authorizes massive global military operation with EBS activation. Thousands of elites set for arrest. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. A massive worldwide blackout is coming within 48 hours. It will last 10 to 12 days with controlled lockdowns. Citizens are urged to stay indoors during specific 5-hour windows each day while special forces carry out the arrests. This is the storm QAnons have been waiting for, the moment justice finally arrives. As the world stands on the edge of the greatest awakening ever, President Donald J. Trump has given the final go-ahead for a historic global military operation. This will activate the emergency broadcast system and bring down the entire deep state cabal. The plan is in full motion to arrest thousands of elites involved in child trafficking and corruption. Trump's loyal military forces have been preparing for years, mapping out underground tunnels, trafficking networks, while white hat operators have already rescued countless children from these evil facilities. The deep state is panicking as their empire crumbles. When the EBS activates, all mainstream media will be overridden. The truth about election fraud, big pharma crimes, and elite pedophile rings will flood every screen. Starlink will ensure the broadcasts reach the entire planet. Special forces will strike with precision, taking down corrupt officials and billionaires hiding in bunkers. The global military alliance answers only to Trump. Stockpiles are ready, so patriots won't suffer during this transition. This operation will restore true sovereignty. Debts will be wiped out under Nasara Jassara, borders secured, and the corrupt administrative state destroyed. Rothschilds, Clintons, Gates, and their allies are finished. The golden age is here. Hold the line, patriots. The light is winning, and victory is ours. A new republic rises now. Monday, March 30th, emergency broadcast system. The trumpets will sound. EBS Donald Trump on Telegram. Worldwide humanity will soon experience 7 trumpets. EBS alerts delivered directly to every phone on Earth. These are not ordinary notifications. They are the signal of the final awakening. Each trumpet will call us to tune in to our televisions, to our radios, to receive the truth that has been hidden for centuries, the 10 days of communication darkness. For 10 days, the world will stand still. The internet shut down, ATMs and banks offline, phones restricted to emergency calls only. Although the military will hand out apps that allow cell phones to work normally under the new Starlink satellite system. During these days, 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. These revelations will be undeniable, exposing mass arrests, military tribunals, election fraud, corruption at the highest levels, and the darkest crimes against humanity, and manipulation that the elite swore you would never know. But this is not darkness. This is the purge of lies. The quantum light arrives through Starlink satellites and the quantum computers. Secure channels will open. Military-approved apps like Signal will allow communications encrypted and unbreakable. A new quantum internet will rise beyond the control of cabal corporations, fully protected and incorruptible. Once the 10 days end, every device on the planet, phones, TVs, radios, computers, will be reconnected to the quantum grid of light. Every man, woman, and child will be invited. Here, through biometric verification tied to our own body rhythms and frequencies, we will receive Nasara Jassara payouts, exchange and redeem currencies in Zim bonds, and establish secure quantum bank accounts untouchable by the old system. The corrupt banking cabal will be gone. The people will once again hold the wealth of the world. A new era of justice and freedom. From this moment on, all elections worldwide will operate on the quantum system. Voting will be secure, instant, incorruptible, ending fraud forever. Every voice will count. Every vote will stand. Humanity reborn. This is not the end. It is the beginning. The 10 days are not of silence, but of truth, flooding the earth. Then the trumpet sound. No one will be able to say, I did not know. The veil is falling. The corruption is ending. The future is here. Global currency reset. On February 20th, 2026, Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. In a historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA-2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Signed by President Trump, the act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. As of Monday, March 30th, 2026, SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, said that all messages about financial payments must only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format works with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers, across borders, and securities transactions. This has an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. Monday, March 30th, 2026, shocking IRS earthquake. 16th Amendment is a fraud. $330 trillion stolen. Income tax was never legal. Here's the proof they hid since 1985. Monday, March 30th, 2026, the U.S. debt clock. Wealth tsunami is coming. The end of the Fed and the rise of real money. Monday, March 30th, 2026, the QFS is the takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery and control over the populace. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on monetary system, and for that purpose, a system comprises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks as needed. All patriots will receive a QFS preloaded account by direct order from President Trump. To secure yours, you could complete the 3-step activation protocol links below. Global financial system, Monday, March 30th. Rothschild bombshell. Paris bank raided and Epstein probe. Deep state ties exposed. On March 20th, 2026, French anti-corruption authorities raided the Paris offices of the Edmond de Rothschild Bank in a major development linked to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. The action followed the release of explosive Epstein documents earlier this year that continue to unravel the web of elite corruption. Investigators are examining connections involving Fabrice Aden, who worked at the bank from 2014 to 2016 as a former UN diplomat. Emails indicate Epstein served as an intermediary in dealings with the bank. CEO Aaron de Rothschild also exchanged emails with Epstein starting in 2013 and met him several times until 2019. She was reportedly present during the raid itself. This breakthrough strikes at the heart of the Rothschild banking dynasty, long identified by QAnons as central players in the satanic globalist cabal. Their vast financial empire has enabled control over governments, media, and secret operations, including child trafficking networks that Epstein was part of. White hats are clearly advancing the plan to dismantle these power structures. The bank's claims of ignorance and cooperation are typical attempts to deflect from the truth. Patriots know the Rothschilds have profited from wars, economic crashes, and worse, while hiding their role in elite pedophile rings. This raid is proof the Great Awakening is intensifying rapidly. As the storm rages, more elites will face exposure and justice through upcoming tribunals. The New World Order agenda is failing as humanity rises against tyranny. The involvement of such high-level figures confirms Epstein Island's operations were tools for blackmailing the powerful on behalf of these bloodlines. Adrenochrome and ritual crimes are being brought into the light. Patriots must spread the news aggressively. The House of Cards is tumbling down and the Republic will be restored. Victory is coming faster than the cabal can react. Stay strong and vigilant as the light defeats the darkness once and for all. The end times for the deep state are here. Israel is last. Monday, March 30th, Netanyahu funded Hamas $35 million a month via Qatar using U.S. taxpayer dollars. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. Netanyahu told investigators, "This is confidential and can't be leaked, okay? We have neighbors here, sworn enemies. I'm constantly passing them messages. I confuse them, mislead them, lie to them, and then hit them over their heads." Netanyahu worked to keep Gaza under the control of Hamas and keep the West Bank under the control of the Fatah with the goal of preventing them from ever being united. Netanyahu arranged for Hamas to receive $35 million every month from Qatar, suitcases of $35 million in American currency every single month, because the Qatar knew him. They made him put the request in writing because they knew he was going to lie in the future. The results? 1 billion plus went into the hands of Hamas. Fast forward, October 7th.
Epstein files, 3.5 million pages. And they're suing Google. Let that number sink in. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, 3.5 million pages, 2,000 videos, 180,000 images, 3 desktop computers, 24 phone directories. The DOJ just dumped the final Epstein archive. And what happened within 48 hours? The survivors filed a class action lawsuit, not just against the DOJ, against Google. Why Google? Because Google's AI scraped every page, every name, every image. It indexed 100 victims' identities and spread them across the internet. The survivors begged Google to remove it. Google said no. Read that again. Google had the power to protect 100 abuse survivors. They chose not to. Now ask yourself, why would the largest data company on Earth refuse to de-index the names of trafficking victims, unless those names lead to people Google needs to protect? Here's what's buried in those 3.5 million pages. Only 6 names have been publicly identified. 6 out of 3.5 million pages. That means 99.9998% of the archive is still unread by the public. The media won't touch it. Congress won't read it. But someone is reading it. Kash Patel's FBI has had access since January. The same Kash Patel who told Senator Kennedy under oath responded with silence that shook the room. The same Kash Patel whose email was hacked by Iran 2 days ago. Not to steal secrets, to find out what he already knows. Meanwhile, across the Persian Gulf, Iran's parliament speaker just threatened to set American troops on fire if they step on Iranian soil. The Pentagon confirmed plans for weeks of ground operations. Target Karg Island. Karg Island exports 90% of Iran's oil. But that's the cover story. Under Karg are sealed financial corridors, the same corridors used to move $150 billion in frozen assets during the 2015 deal. The same corridors that connected 3 European clearinghouses that processed Epstein's offshore accounts. This isn't about oil. This was never about oil. It's about the ledger. And the ledger is about to surface. Code, EP 3.5 meters. Karg 90. GOOGX. April 2. They released the files thinking no one would read them. They were wrong.
What we think we know as of Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. Monday, March 30th, security alert. Assassination attempt on Trump inside secret meeting. Unknown man rushes straight at him after breaking in, taken down in seconds by Secret Service. Gazette Teller. Monday, March 30th, bombshell announcement. Fraud hunters activated. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent launches war on corruption. Whistleblowers to earn up to 30% starting Monday. No Kings protests. Over the weekend, the violent No Kings protests were funded by 500 organizations with $3 billion in annual revenue nationwide. Fox investigated and found that it's George Soros and Neville Singham, linked groups and nonprofits. Oligarchs, Marxist groups were involved, including the Party for Socialism and Liberation and People's Forum. The No Kings protests were carefully framed, psychological manipulated media optics, complete with actors and scripts that served powerful elites. They claimed to be anti-authoritarian while functioning as the political shield for the Democrat Party's agenda. They say they're for the people, well funded by billionaires who want the exact opposite of sovereignty and freedom. Actual counts of participants did not come close to the organizers' estimated millions who were supposed to have participated across more than 3,000 events. In LA, federal agents used tear gas and pepper spray to respond, While LAPD helped with arrests, DHS confirmed 2 felony assault charges and the crowd dispersed overnight. In Portland, late Saturday, March 28, a smaller group from the 30,000-person No Kings rally marched to the ICE detention center on South Waterfront, breached the front gate, and clashed with officers. Portland police declared a riot after rocks targeted them and cameras were torn down, leading to arrests for attempted assault, disorderly conduct, and related charges by federal agents and local police.
Of life of Bibi Netanyahu, I feel the AI videos are pathetic. They're crashing down. The documentary on Tucker Carlson's network of Bibi Netanyahu funding Hamas, all this coming out right now. I feel at the right time. No coincidence with the proof of life videos. I think this is an operation happening behind the scenes. And like you said, yeah, I agree with you. Tucker Carlson is probably working for Trump, releasing this information right now at the perfect time. Is Bibi kind of pushing this forever war so that these charges don't come out or come and get him? So he's a wartime president. It protects him. So much going on. Let's pick up where we left off with Iran. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, brother. So I think that we are truly watching Save Israel for Last. Like I was saying right at the ending part there is that you have Pakistan as the intermediary between Iran and the United States of America. Donald Trump is only working with the civilian components of the Iranian government. He is not negotiating with anybody in the IRGC, anybody in the mullahs. One thing that people will notice is that there will be talks of like, oh, United States is negotiating today with Iran. And then you'll have IRGC hardliners come out and say, no, they're not. No, that's not happening. But then you'll have the speaker come out and say, oh, yeah, it actually is. And because we have a divergence in the Iranian government. And I believe that one side of that is working for President Trump. And then that brings in the idea that Iran is being utilized to neutralize Israel.
Yeah, and I think as long as we can, the conspiracy behind the scenes is where's Bibi? Look, he could be arrested, he could be alive. Okay, this is just a hunch, but where is Bibi? Will we, I think it could have been us. I'm just saying. There's so much going on here. There's so many moving parts behind the scenes here that anything is possible. And I do think we are in the operation right now of saving Israel for last.
I agree. I believe we are. And, it's interesting that you said that because yesterday, Dan Scavino posted on his X profile, Trump coming off of Air Force One, but with Nessun Dorma. If you know what Nessun Dorma from
the Godfather, right?
That's right. None shall sleep. But it was interesting because he's posted it over the last few years, but this just happened to be the end of the opera. The ending part.
The end show when he's at the play and all that stuff, right. Everything starts coming to an end right then.
But it's the end of the song. So Scavino posted the end of the song, which means that the final act is coming up, that we're about to enter into the final stage. Now, do I believe Donald Trump is compromised? Absolutely not. I believe that the U.S. military, U.S. intelligence agencies are under full power and control of President Donald J. Trump. And I believe that he is running an operation right now with influence operations, with psychological operations, and that there is some type of coordination to basically limit or reduce the capabilities of Israel. Because we're literally seeing this. I just said, the IDF is on the verge of collapse. So what did they start doing? They started bombing Gaza again. They invaded southern Lebanon. They're striking in Syria. Syria and Gaza are two parts of the peace accord that Donald Trump brought about. They're defying Donald Trump at every avenue. So when we start to look at this in whole context, is that if this continues the way it's going, is number one is Israel is going to have to move towards the Samson option, which it doesn't appear that they have that capability. I think that the Samson option has been knocked off the table. I think that the Iranian missile strikes have hit critical infrastructure within Israel's ability to launch warheads. Also, and this is another point, Iran is not as weak as people are thinking they are. So Iran has a whole bunch of hypersonic missiles and upgraded ballistic missiles, of which they've shot none of them.
Right.
So one thing that they've been doing is they've been utilizing a lot of their older missile stockpile towards Israel. So they use their older missile stockpile to deplete the Iron Dome and Israeli air defenses. And then they will target Israel with hypersonic missiles. This is why IDF commanders are coming out and saying, hey, we can't do this much longer. This needs to end. But Bibi, or quote unquote, Bibi, keeps on progressing this further. So I think that we're going to see this week and by the way, I want to also point this out because I think that this is very, very important. Iran has been on the defense ever since. And Iran has not taken necessarily any offensive actions against the United States or Israel. Also, did you notice that the United States has limited the amount of casualties in all of their bases, almost like they're getting tipped off before a base is actually hit?
Yep. Yes, I am.
And then on the Israeli side, it doesn't seem to be that. But then there's also this point.
I mean, the fact that Israel's coming out saying they're short, that this whole thing is crumbling. The fact that they're even coming out and admitting that is crazy to me in the middle of a war.
Right.
Why,
well,
like,
that's the thing. They're just
like,
they can't fight this war. Their domain of warfare is the intelligence spectrum. It's influence and psychological operations. It's infiltration instead of invasion. That's why they've always needed the United States of America to be their army. But they're not going to get it this time.
But the fact that they're even coming out and saying this, I mean, this could be psychological warfare, but why would they admit something like that? Are they trying to look weak where they are strong type of thing? Art of War, Sun Tzu? What's going on here, Josh?
No, I actually, I don't think it's that at all. I think what it is it's cries directly from the IDF leadership, in a sense, to Netanyahu saying, dude, you need to stop because we cannot continue to move forth with this. And Israel is getting absolutely hammered. So with understanding that, ballistic missiles have been highly accurate. So what I'm trying to say here is that Iran hasn't even begun the fight yet. They have a stockpile, but Iran is right now diverged. Is that you have 2 points of their government. You have the civilian counterpart, which is in control, and it appears to be in control. And then you have the IRGC, which has been absolutely decimated, which I believe much of the IRGC leadership is being taken over by the civilian control factors. In other words, they will end this war the moment Donald Trump says to end this war. But the only problem is Israel keeps on, and I don't want to say Israel because it's not Israel, because you got tons of people in Israel protesting against it. You got the Knesset coming out and saying they don't want this war. You got IDF generals saying this war is over. It's about to collapse if we do not get out. So with understanding that, is there appears to be only a small faction inside Israel that is sustaining this war. And that faction is the equivalent to their deep state. And what I was saying is that Israel has a deep state very much like the United States did. And that deep state has an infrastructure that sits above Israel. And that infrastructure files back to the London bankers. And I think that that's very important to remember here, is that London is one of the critical components that is being decimated right now in the Middle East. Now, and let me try to align this. So think about this as the British Empire never ended. It just expanded through corporations, banking, insurance conglomerates, and NGOs and NPOs and think tanks, right? And so it still exists within this infrastructure. And the British Empire is nothing more than the extension of the Holy Roman Empire.
Right.
So at the beginning of this war, you remember when the first day the Strait of Hormuz closed down?
Right.
Well, guess what? You don't have a big gate that comes down and closes off the Straits of Hormuz. What happened is Lloyd's of London, which is a 300-year-old insurance company that provides the insurance for all the ships to transit through the Straits of Hormuz, they pulled all their insurance from the ships. So no ships would go through there because they weren't insured.
And they were also installing mines, correct? Underwater mines. Isn't that what Iran was doing as well to blow up ships?
Well, they've had them there for a long time. They've had underwater mines there. So what Trump did is he came out and said, the United States will insure all vessels. And then the vessels started flowing. Lloyd's of London eventually reversed. And this becomes important because in Iraq, some of the Iran was hitting Iraqi oil fields. Now, do you know who owned the majority of the infrastructure in those Iraqi oil fields?
Who?
The UK and China. Now, do you remember when Iran hit the Qatari oil fields?
Mm-hmm.
Guess who owned that infrastructure? The UK.
Yeah,
so,
London, correct?
Yeah. So now this is really interesting because, and I want people to begin to see this because Russia just came out today and said they're going to advance more diplomacy with the United States of America. Do you remember the Alaska summit with Trump and Putin?
With Trump and Putin, yes.
Okay. So right when the Straits of Hormuz closed during this Iranian conflict, Scott Bessent, Secretary of Treasury, came out and he reduced sanctions on Russia to ease the oil prices. And what he did is he allowed for any ocean-borne oil to be released into the open market from Russia. Well, guess what? Russia had millions of barrels of oil sitting at sea, all ready to be released. How did Russia know? Well, guess what? They put those barrels of oil at sea from Arctic LNG the day after the Alaska summit. The day after the Alaska summit, they took millions of barrels of oil and put them out at sea with absolutely no buyers, almost like they were waiting for this event to happen.
Like they knew beforehand. Everyone was in on it.
They knew beforehand. Right. So what happens next? Then UK and Chinese infrastructure gets demolished in Iraq. UK and Chinese infrastructure gets demolished in Qatar. So what do you have happen? Zelensky in Ukraine starts bombing Russian oil fields with Storm Shadow missiles directly from the UK. In other words, a lot of this goes right back to the UK. Moshtaba Khomeini. Ali Khomeini had a net worth of about $48 billion. He owned real estate all throughout Europe. Moshtaba Khomeini, his son, owned real estate all throughout Europe. He kept his kept his money in the Isle of Man, which is through London banks, and he financed his real estate. Are you ready for this one? Through Israeli financial companies.
Jesus. All intertwined, intermingled, huh?
So start to put it together. Who's controlling who? The mullahs, the IRGC. This is Israel going, well, we need to take them out. They need to take them out because they're either deviant from what Israel wants to do. They're no longer playing that game. And by the way, there's something out there that what's his name? Pete Navarro actually put out there. And it's called the Iranian terrorist premium. And this happens when the Iranian terror premium happens whenever Iran threatens the world of the Straits of Hormuz. Oil prices skyrocket. The reason oil prices skyrocket is because the insurance premiums to transit the Strait of Hormuz skyrocket up. Well, who controls that? Well, that's London. That's Lloyd's of London. That is the bankers of London. In other words, they were utilizing Iran as a proxy of basically increasing and controlling oil prices, and they owned all the infrastructure throughout there. Now, does the UK, does the old guard, which I call them, does the Rothschilds control Israel? Yes, to a very large degree. And Netanyahu is one of their playboys. So once we understand that this is really a bigger fight about this globalist. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. But I was just going to say, so you are in agreement with me then that something is up with Netanyahu right now. I mean,
yes.
Cleared, arrested, or dead, right? You are in agreement. You're not saying he's dead, but you're saying it could be arrested.
I think he knows the gig is up. I think that he's in desperation mode right now because last time I heard that he talked to Trump and Trump basically eviscerated him, yelled and screamed at him. I think that he's realizing that the United States is not going to elongate this war, which means that it's his ultimate demise and end, that he has to instigate a new war, but nobody's taken the bait.
Nobody. And so what did Trump, so if this was part of Trump's operation, how did we benefit from him bombing Gaza and starting this Iranian war? Now, I know it was both of our benefit to take out the nuclear facilities and capabilities of Iran. So that's what I think Trump sat back and used Israel for. But now I do see the curtain coming down on Israel.
Right. So how
do you get what I just said? Like, do you believe that Trump went ahead and went with the Hamas stuff? Yeah, basically, we had to let him do that in order to go into it. And then he shifted his sights to Iran. We had to use Iran as the reason, or we were going to back Iran to go in and take out the nuclear capabilities of Iran so they cannot be used for a nuclear holocaust later down the road.
Right. So you have to play the game with Netanyahu. You have to make Netanyahu believe that he's in control. And I think that that's exactly what we saw over the last year with all of that. But Donald Trump did rug pull him during the 12-day Iran war, if you remember. He went in there and ended it real fast, and Netanyahu had to comply. Now, the intelligence that actually brought us into Iran this time, there was a lot of good intelligence that China was going to utilize Iran with preemptive strikes on U.S. military bases and military assets in the Gulf to actually take Taiwan. And that's where a lot of this kind of redirects. But I think that the opportunity is being seized to take down Israel as well. And one of the points that we'll have to kind of idealize here is that the Trump administration, the White House, is using a highly advanced artificial intelligence to predictive analytics, to predict how all of this unfolds. And so we have to see that this has all been pieced together by an artificial superintelligence that kind of is analyzing global events in game theory and understanding what happens next. Now, I think that at the very least, Israel is going to be incredibly limited after this conflict resolves, and Iran is going to begin transitioning with the help of the United States of America.
Global financial system on brink of reset. World leaders fleeing from global financial collapse. Mainstream media blackout expected within hours. Temporary martial law imminent. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Washington, D.C. designated a military district. The storm is here. Where we go one, we go all. Hold the line. Stay united. Trust the plan. Judy note, on Saturday, March 28, 2026, the Democrats in Congress refused again to protect U.S. elections by demanding voter ID. They did, however, vote positive on a bill to protect themselves from investigation. They'll refuse to fund Homeland Security and allow federal employees to be paid. Then they all left for a 3-week paid vacation, with some likely going on taxpayer-funded holidays to wherever. Don't you love it? These were the people voted in by their own fraudulent election, and who, by all accounts, were money laundering taxpayer monies back into their own pockets. That's why they needed the illegal alien votes to keep themselves in office. They were undoubtedly being mind controlled, blackmailed by their master controllers, the Illuminati deep state cabal. Speaking of the Illuminati cabal, on Thursday, March 5th, the cabal foreign banker-owned U.S. Inc. was dissolved, with common law sovereignty installed in the U.S. under concepts of the original Constitution. Admiralty law fraud was forever crushed. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, it was expected that an announcement would be made of this U.S. change to a sovereign republic based on principles of the original Constitution, along with a requested 45 days of prayer to Saturday, July 4th, 2026, for a massive 4th of July celebration of the restored constitutional republic, according to President Donald J. Trump. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress passed and President Trump signed the Jassara-Nassara Reset Bill. The bill mandated that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. The privately owned by Illuminati cabal foreign bankers' Federal Reserve dollar would be replaced by the gold asset-backed U.S. Treasury note, with a start date of Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Banks which were not Basel III compliant, had gold asset-backed monies, would be closed. It was advised to withdraw your monies from your account before such banks froze it. By Sunday, March 29th, Bank of America customers found out that brittle truth. Those Bank of America customers were reporting that money was missing from their accounts. They're telling us to call customer service, but customer service isn't doing anything about it. Donald J. Trump, office on Telegram. On Saturday, March 28, 2026, 3,300 No King Day rallies referring to President Trump were planned across the U.S. that all turned out to be big flops. Liberals are growing worried that today's No Kings protests turn out to be a massive flop, saying to focus more on how many protests there are than how many people showed up. Trump Watch on Telegram. It's pathetic. On Saturday, March 28, 2026, during today's No Kings Day protests, we look at the real kings of America. Chuck Schumer, 45 years in Congress. Nancy Pelosi, 40 years in Congress. Elizabeth Warren, 15 years in Congress. Bernie Sanders, 34 years in Congress. Dick Durbin, 43 years in Congress. Donald Trump, only 5 years, 2 months in office. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. How to be successful in building your dream, President Trump. No one is too young to be successful. You can do anything. Love what you do. Think big. It's just as hard to solve a big problem as a small problem. Work hard, work hard, work hard. Don't lose your momentum. Have the courage to be an outsider. Take certain risks. Use common sense. Trust your instincts. Use the American dream to build your own dream. Think of yourself as a winner. The power of positive thinking. Be an original. God only created one of you, so don't try to be someone else. Never ever give up. Stay optimistic. In America, the impossible is what we all do best. Sunday, March 29th, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS on Telegram. White House signals the time has come. Sometime in the next 2 days, a blackout and lockdown will be global in all countries of the world. It will last 10 to 12 days when everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. You will see the global military alliance on the streets making arrests of corrupt pedophile, drug, and trafficking rings. The corruption is coming to an end. The old world would end with a broadcast. The new world would begin as you explain to those around you what has been going on. Sunday, March 29th, EBS activates during 10 Days of Darkness, exposing the cabal's fall, fiat currency end, and freedom's dawn. Martial law on Telegram. Martial law enables worldwide pedophile arrests as 8-hour documentaries in 22 languages reveal the satanic deep state agenda. Jassara payouts drop during 48-hour blackout. Martial law extends for purges. Continued unsealing of indictments with tribunal action. Washington, D.C., designated a military district. U.S. Inc., dissolved. Sunday, March 29th, the QFS, the takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery and control over the populace. Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly or monetary system, and for that purpose, a system comprises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks is needed. Quantum financial system would be a breakthrough in the world of banking, which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS and the ISO 20022 XRP and XLM will not be influenced by government policies. Rather, it will be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere pieces of paper which have no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act. World leaders flee from global collapse. Global financial system on brink of reset. Mainstream media blackout expected within hours. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Sunday, March 29, 2026. Fox News. Breaking. War with Iran could end in weeks, not months. 3,554 targets left. We're hitting whatever we want. 10,000 already wiped out. 850 plus tomahawks fired, Iran's arsenal crumbling, but underground nukes, mystery missiles, and zero surrender. This ain't over yet. Sunday, March 29th, President Trump, as per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Iran's ballistic missile capacity is functionally destroyed, their navy access to combat ineffective, complete and total aerial dominance over Iran. Operation Epic Fury is yielding massive results. Talks with Iranian leaders are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media, they are just outright lying. It's unbelievable. And others, they are going very well. Sunday, March 29th, 2026, on January 17th, 2016, Obama sent $400 million in cash stacked on wooden pallets in the back of an unmarked cargo plane to the hostile foreign nation of Iran. This was only the first installment of a $1.7 billion total. Most of this money went to terrorist organizations, including ISIS, which former CIA Director John Brennan and Obama had a large hand in the creation of. Obama literally funded terrorists, and he knew it. There's nothing normal about a U.S. president sending cash to a hostile foreign nation. America was played. Imagine if President Trump sent cash on pallets in the back of an unmarked cargo plane to Iran that funded terrorism directly against the United States and other countries. Sunday, March 29th, boom, Clinton crime family exposed. They turned Haiti into their $14 billion grift empire and rigged elections with Smartmatic, Freedom Media on Telegram. They controlled every contract on the disaster relief funds. You had to go through the Clintons or get zero. But that's not all. They also seized Haiti's elections and used Smartmatic, the global election fraud cartel's favorite tool, to pull off their successful operations straight from the unclassified State Department emails. Bill hid behind middlemen to secretly meddle in foreign elections while keeping his hands clean in public. This is the deep state's international voter theft blueprint laid bare. Patriots, the mask is completely off. These treasonous swamp rats, the storm is closing in on the entire Clinton. What we think we know as of Monday, March 30th, 2026. Sunday, March 29th, former IRS agent. He spent 2 years of investigating claims of people who said there is no law to say we have to pay income taxes. He quit and has not paid in 25 years. We were lied to, misled, and robbed for decades. Just give it time to roll out. We are still in the matrix. Nasara Jasara Secrets on Telegram. Sunday, March 29th, Edward Snowden. Former CIA Director John Brennan identified 26 Trump associates on top of President Trump for the Five Eyes to target, spy on, and make contact with, to manipulate, turn on Trump, and target for collection of misinformation. Targets were from our own intel community and law enforcement. Brennan spied on Trump and his team, lied to the American people, lied to Congress, fabricated evidence, and planned a coup, attempting to frame a sitting president of the United States. Brennan committed seditious acts of treason. His own handwritten notes and IC reports prove it. He even stated trust in Iran over President Trump. Brennan belongs in prison. Indictments are on the horizon. Sunday, March 29th, boom. Verdict delivered. Trump tells NATO never forget, then used Iran to prove it. The G7 funeral. The City of London loses the empire. Sunday, March 29th, 2026, the Luciferian reign is over. Video before it's news. Sunday, March 29th, breaking. New warning from Edward Snowden. His chilling prediction is unfolding in real time, and the West is next. Snowden latest video. Sunday, March 29th, bombshell alert. Soros and Marxist networks caught funding No Kings protests. 500 groups, $3 billion budget $3 billion budget tied to Democrat power. Sunday, March 29th, breaking Supreme Court versus birthright citizenship. Supreme Court to decide on ending birthright citizenship for illegals. America's video at AMG News. Sunday, March 29th, neurologists and psychologists agree. This 15-minute stress reset routine calms any overactive brain. Election fraud, Sunday, March 29th. The election fraud that's occurring in the United States is not only a massive national security threat, but it's also connected and happening in 100+ countries around the world, including places like South Korea, Canada, Australia, Brazil, Ecuador, the Philippines, Republic of Congo, and many more. This needs to be investigated by military intelligence because of this global election fraud cartel's resources, capabilities, and players involved, which leads to a massive criminal conspiracy that can topple and take control of countries around the world and install whatever regimes that they choose. Nasara Jassara Secrets on Telegram. Sunday, March 29th, 2026, Fox News. Democrats controlling the auto pen. When Joe Biden was president, ordered agencies to ignore all fraud and instead only work to qualify as many illegals as possible for benefits. RFK Jr., I found out from people in my agency they were ordered by the Biden White House not to do program integrity. In other words, not to enforce against fraud. They were told we want to focus on only enrollment and getting more and more people into the system. Emergency broadcast system.
Pandora's box of corruption, New Hampshire's corruption, American cartels, and the deep state's unseen web of corruption, Biden, Clinton, IRS, FBI, DEA, etc. List of people named in the Pandora Papers. Q on Telegram. In an explosive new development rocking the nation in 2026, the Pandora Papers have unleashed fresh revelations tying New Hampshire directly to powerful American cartels and the deep state's enormous web of corruption. This sinister network includes drug cartels, human trafficking rings, extensive money laundering, and blatant treason endangering our republic. Corruption plaguing America is the result of a carefully engineered system by dark forces seeking total domination. New Hampshire, known as the Switzerland of America, serves as the secret headquarters for these criminal enterprises shielded by top power brokers. Deep state figures like Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, and their allies direct these operations. The Pandora Papers expose their offshore accounts, hiding profits from illicit activities. Whistleblowers like James O'Keefe face vicious attacks from the weaponized IRS, FBI, and DEA, which protect elites while targeting patriots. Leadership offices are deeply compromised. Clinton's alleged cartel and trafficking links horrify patriots, and Michael Flynn's persecution shows how threats to the system are eliminated. New Hampshire's secrecy enables huge dirty money flows funding election frauds. The Pandora Papers unmask trillions hidden by elites via millions of documents. Key names include Jordan's King Abdullah, Ukraine's Zelensky, Ecuador's Lasso, and leaders from Colombia, Panama, Chile, Congo, Cyprus, and more. Prime ministers, ministers, bankers, and tycoons worldwide are implicated, proving the globalist syndicate's reach into American affairs. Patriots, the deep state panics as the Great Awakening accelerates. With Trump returning to restore the republic, mass arrests and tribunals loom large. Credible sources confirm special forces raids in New Hampshire are actively dismantling cartel operations and freeing trafficked victims as we speak. White hats within the military and intelligence sectors execute the plan with unwavering precision. Every patriot must rally, demand full transparency from all levels of government, support the fearless truth-tellers exposing this evil, and mentally prepare for the ultimate victory over darkness. The children of this nation will finally be protected. The traitors will face swift justice, and America will be reborn as the beacon of freedom it was destined to be. Hold the line firmly, stay united in purpose, and trust the plan completely as the storm delivers long-awaited justice and triumph for all who love this country.
Mass traumatic event incoming. Breaking. White hats unleash the storm in 2026 as deep state cabal faces reckoning and mass arrests accelerate. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. In the latest Global Defense War Monthly panel, military experts delivered explosive insights into the behind-the-scenes battles reshaping the world. Patriots, the veil is ripping wide open right now in 2026 and the truths emerging will validate every sacrifice in this great awakening. President Donald J. Trump orchestrates the largest sting operation in human history from the shadows, with pieces slamming into place at lightning speed. High-level politicians, Hollywood elites, big pharma kingpins, and centuries-old pedophile networks face rounding up and covert black site operations, invisible to mainstream media. Gitmo tribunals operate non-stop. Executions have commenced, and thousands of sealed indictments are unsealing. The storm is not approaching. It rages here and now, biblical in scale, avoiding quagmires and coming exposure of global election fraud alongside medical tyranny accountability. Rob Cunningham stresses spiritual warfare, urging rejection of MK Ultra indoctrination. Derek Johnson reinforces the ongoing military government under Trump's supreme command, governed by the law of war manual. Every action aligns perfectly with constitutional and military law to prevent swamp regrowths. Operations in the Strait of Hormuz target not only 20% of global oil, but City of London control mechanisms, human trafficking routes, and deeper satanic strongholds. Iran faces leadership shifts, not regime chaos, cutting octopus tentacles of globalist finance. Cuba already operates as effective U.S. territory, with similar transformations unfolding across captured nations. The good, the bad, and the ugly play out. But the golden age awaits on the other side with debt, jubilee, prosperity, and restored freedoms. Patriots must pray, plan, and prepare with supplies, precious metals, and local action. Know your rights and laws to hold the line. Trump has already secured alien-derived tech from cleared DUMBs and exposed the cabal's hidden immortality rituals in coming EBS drops.
The finisher, Donald Trump. Lieutenant Colonel Bosi, let's discuss, if you will, Cuba. Will Cuba, and any way you want to go on Cuba, but one question specific is, do you feel Cuba will become, when all is said and done, a U.S. territory?
All right. Thanks, John. I'm going to be quick because I can't wait to hear what Derek's got to say on this. Derek, you're brilliant, mate. What can I say? Very quickly, will Cuba become U.S. territory? It already is. That's point number one. Point number two, Cuba existed as a thorn in the side of the US for decades because it was allowed to. There was no reason why it couldn't. That was allowed to happen. Point number three, this is what we're about to see in Cuba has already been effected in reality. It's just part of that operational level war, the campaign of leadership change, not regime change, but leadership change in key countries already been taken care of. It's all good. But it's just being rolled out now for the people to watch the show. As Derek said, Donald likes to give the people drama because that's what the people like. So there you go. That's point number four. Point number five, the diaspora, the Cuban diaspora, and we've got them in Australia, we've got them in Florida, everywhere. They're chanting for the liberation of their home country, much like it's a replay of Iran. We saw all the Persians saying, please save us, Donald Trump. So again, it's a replay of that same strategy. Number five, that is number five. Number six is the blackouts that they're having now. That's to create drama. That's to create the clamor, the call for somebody to save their country because they're about to get their third blackout. So the stage is being set for the people to see what's already happened, but in a sequenced, I guess, a series of events that make sense for the what do you call them, Derek? The target audience. Anyway, that's me done. That's a quick and dirty on Cuba. It's all good. It's all safe. It's in safe hands, and we're watching the show.
Sunday, March 29th, The Dark Future of Zionism, or Israel is Last, the emergency broadcast system on Telegram. When you read Q Drop 916 and it said, we are saving Israel for last, they were not talking about the one where Benjamin Netanyahu resides. You need to understand one thing. The biblical Israel isn't the Middle East proxy state engineered post-World War II by Rothschild orchestration and Balfour Pacts. It's the spiritual and territorial mantle carried by America's founding stock. Descendants of Ephraim, Manasseh tribes via Anglo-Saxon migrations, British Israelism roots buried in 19th century archives but echoed in Q's Great Awakening narrative. Benjamin Netanyahu will be removed through other means. The reason why you see so many traders panicking about Iran is because this is what was holding up justice domestically and abroad. You will be very surprised about those who are nervous about this conflict. Donald Trump will swing the block and focus all attention on domestic criminal assets. They will no longer be able to use foreign boogeyman anymore to keep Americans in check. Everything I'm telling you should have clicked yesterday when your Congress voted to protect itself from investigation. You all have seen nothing yet. Donald Trump did not forget what Benjamin Netanyahu did in Iran before this war. Saving it for last means the final unmasking exposes how the fake Israel, Netanyahu's domain, was a deep state decoy, funding terror proxies, manipulating U.S. aid, $38 billion plus cycles, and shielding bloodline rituals in Tel Aviv bunkers, while the true Israel, America, gets reclaimed from cabal infiltration. You need to understand one thing. Netanyahu's insertion into Israeli politics post-1967 Six-Day War enlistment was engineered by CIA Mossad joint PACs, positioning him as a U.S.-aligned hardliner to maintain Middle East chaos grids proxy wars. Aid siphons, $3.8 billion annual U.S. taxpayer flows, and bloodline protections for Rothschild-linked settlements in West Bank enclaves like Ariel, named after the biblical figure, but really a Merovingian sigil hub.